stirs around because he hears me. Are we live? I said, are we live? It looks like we are. Vigilante Williamson here with another one of these phone streams in the middle of the fucking night. I guess it's actually early morning on the East Coast, about 5 a.m. So I guess we'll consider this a morning show. You know, this is a morning show basically. If I go a couple, I'll probably be around 6 local time, maybe 6:30. If I go the whole 2 hours, I might even go 20 minutes. I don't know how long I'm gonna go. A shout out to Dark Side, who's our model. It's my shirt. This is Dark Side. That's what we do. We have an action figure. Sometimes I'll be in mask, but I just got back from the gym. That's the shirt I had on. I'm tired. I went to sleep like at 8 something. About like 8:30, and then woke up like 1:45. So what's that for? 6 hours, about 6 hours of sleep. You know, more like 5 hours of sleep. But I had enough energy to go to the gym. Shout out to leg day. I was happy to get through it because I've had so many leg injuries. So if I can get through a leg day, that's a positive thing. Hey, Cinch Dildo. The only person who's up this time of day because it's like the afternoon for him. Appreciate you being here. Like, I'm getting enough sleep per day. I'm just not doing it at once. Like, I'll sleep 5 hours now. I'll sleep like an hour during the midday. And then a lot of times, like even after the stream, I'll probably get another 2 or 3 hours of sleep. So that's 8. I'll get my 8 hours. It's just not all at once. Not all at once. But hey, I'm glad that I'm still. My diet's been up and down the past week. The past couple of days have been a little bit better. But I'm starting to get this fitness thing kind of dialed in. Now there's other stuff I got to work on in my life. This album, got some other stuff. Got to get the Vigilante Mobile on point. I was just explaining it if you would have showed up on time. No. But no, I have a jacked up sleep schedule, and that's just what it is. I'm getting 8 hours of sleep, just not in one shot. And so my body is now like, cool, we wake up 2 o'clock in the morning, and that's just what it is. So that's what my body did. So I went to the gym, came home, got something to eat, and then here I am streaming. And so I'll probably stream, depending on who shows up, for a couple hours. I was just messing with you, brother. And I appreciate the ninja, man. I'm starting to really, maybe it's me getting old, becoming an old head. I'm starting to really not like the N-word. And I've probably said it millions of times throughout my life. I hate saying the N-word too, because apparently, shout out to LDG, who I've been meaning to link up with. He says, when you say workaround phrases, it doesn't matter. So when you say the N-word, the algorithm still counts like you just said, nigga. I ain't gonna lie on y'all. I said my diet's getting there. It was Whataburger, so I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'm not gonna lie. But I didn't eat all yesterday. I didn't eat it all. So I'm still, at least I'm intermittent fasting. Shit, sailors sleep 15 minutes every hour. They still good. Solo sailors. I guess, yeah, if you sailing solo, that's rough. So, yeah, it ain't perfect. I'll probably get some fruit before I go to bed to try to, in my head, balance it out. So it ain't perfect. But I'm not eating every meal like that. Maybe every other meal, but still. And I gotta stop. I gotta slow down with the fast food and then slow down with the fucking pop. Can I call a sheep Will Smith? A sheep Will Smith or Will Smith a sheep? I'm a little lost. What's going on with Will Smith? But yeah, I'm, weird sleep schedule. So sorry for these streams. And that's messing up the content too. I haven't made a video in a few weeks. So I'm still technically on break for videos, man. I do these streams. And I'm doing these streams to make up for the streams I'm missing, man. I didn't do a stream Wednesday night. That's true. Oh, he just a sheep. Yeah, he is. He a weird one. I don't get it. I don't get why he's still married to that woman. I got okay, if, I heard a rumor that he's, well, I don't know if it's a rumor. I think it might be true. He's gay or bi or whatever. Okay, just let everybody know that you're gay or bi. Like, that's not that big of a stigma now. Just say the word, don't, or use another word, but censoring stuff is gay. Unfortunately, that's the post YouTube. But then you know what? Um, honestly though, I hadn't heard the phrase the N word until your burgers might well. If it wasn't fried chicken, it would be different. But you're right, burgers are probably better than fried chicken. The N word, the B word, or C word. C word I didn't grow up with because it's like cunt. Cunt is not a big deal in the black community. For some reason, white people hate that word. I don't get it. Um, and then B word. I guess as a little kid, you need the B word, but as an adult, instead of just saying bitch. But I don't know what it is. I can't justify saying ninja too much, and I definitely, and I think that's even inspiring the album. Not necessarily that, even though there's not that many. I don't think there's gonna be that many references to that word, but this idea that the culture, the idea that words matter and that things are said, like even though at the same time, this is one of the safest times in human history. Don't ever forget that. And a lot of kids are just motherfuckers talking shit in the suburbs. I definitely think this drill and this, not to go super old head, because I mean, some of the shit's high. I ain't gonna hold you. But I definitely think it has a negative impact on mood. And it ain't, and I can say that knowing that sometimes certain songs can just have a negative impact on your energy, and certain words and certain phrases and certain pieces of media can have a negative impact on your energy. It's just not one to contribute to that. Not one to contribute to that. I don't really want to curse that much on this album. I know, I talk a lot of shit. Yeah, I never knew anyone said the C word or cunt. It's more, yeah, I would say you're right. It is much more of a British thing. Yeah, it's definitely much more of a British thing. Cunt, I didn't even hear it growing up too much. Yeah, that's not really an American thing. It's definitely more of a British thing. I would agree with that central deal. Zoom question. What's the way certain curse words? That's a good question. I remember the word retarded. I grew up in the era where that went from a normal word to talk about somebody who had learning difficulties to a word that is considered negative or bad or whatever, to the point that it gets censored at times now. Like when I was a kid, when you called somebody retarded, you weren't making fun of them no more than calling somebody who has, you know what I mean? That was the phrase used. You know what I'm saying? And granted, I'm old enough to remember that. But the early 90s, that's what you just said. And then it kind of became like, oh, it's apparently the word idiot is similar. The word idiot was just a technical term for somebody who had a mental disability, and then people used it for, normal people who do something stupid. And then it became the kind of a bad, or not, it didn't go as far as a bad word, but at least a negative word. But yeah, when I was younger, the word retarded wasn't like some, oh man, dog. I remember when I know it was actually my family moved to the Carolinas, and apparently they called it the R word. Dumb to say N word, like I hear that ass nigga in my head say ninja or something shit. I don't know. I think it just became a thing. Ninja's new. Like the past 5 years, you heard people say ninja instead of nigga, and I think that's helpful, honestly. You know. I don't know. I think the word is overused, and there's really no benefit to it, and it's not really a term of endearment. I've never heard it endearing personally, so it's like, it doesn't benefit. It's not something. It's not a hill worth dying on for me. It's not a hill worth dying on for me. So it's like, fuck it. That said, I don't. The real just Japanese just saying. Nah, I'm trying to say. What you been listening? You been listening? I'm trying not to say the word because I'm going. Oh shit! As I put weed in, I almost dropped the weed. See, fucking me up. But no, I just like I don't know. I just don't want to say the word. I just don't think I don't look down on people for saying it. It's their business, and I still say it from time to time. I've said it a couple times in the stream just for clarification purposes. But If I can help it and not say it, I'll not say it. Because what's the point? You know what I'm saying? Do I think it's some? I don't want to go too far over the hill. It ain't like somebody say nigga to this, old black man just go, and the tears goes down his face, like that old commercial with the Indian in the trash. It ain't like that. You trying to trick me into saying it? We can control. We can only control what we say. It is what it is. So why put forth the word? And yeah, you about to get timed out. I know you fighting to get a timeout, but I'm trying to be more patient in general. Plus, it's just weird to time everybody all the damn time. Swing low, sweet chariot, and let me ride. But I just seem weird timing people out like I'm some authoritarian psychopath dictator. That's the opposite. Shout out to the third person who showed up. You were like, why am I seeing Dark Side? Richard is stupid. There's a lighter. Why is this here? Because I just came back from the gym and I'm just streaming on my phone. That's why. So shout out to anyone who watches these live or the playback. Shout out to anyone doom scrolling in the morning or evening, depending on what time of day it is. And Richard, I'm not answering that question. He said, I'm coming for you. That's what he said. You bigot. You rapscallion. Oh, shit. So, and we're talking about the merits of... See, I don't want to say it because I'll be satisfying Richard. But, sir, word. Pause. Yeah, I do need a pause for that. No Diddy. Vagabond. Yeah. What was another word? Rapscallion. Ragamuffin. You know what? Let's go with a different topic because Eminem. Eminem's released a new project. I could talk about the fucking Trump thing. I'm done with that. It's been a week since you heard Ryan Garcia do it, but why? Man, he's been wild eligible, bro. He's CTE for sure. But I kind of want to talk about Eminem. Not that I heard the whole album. I've heard any of the album. The first single I didn't like, the Abracadabra. And I did listen to Toby. I thought that was much better. With Big Sean. I forgot the other guy. Apparently he's from Michigan too. I think Baby Tron or something like that. Dropped the tape. I've heard parts of it on Shorts. It does sound much better than a lot of his other stuff. Like there's still like I said, that first single, that Abracadabra sample sounded horrible to me. Horrible and cheesy. Toby sounded better, and then hearing certain verses, like this one part where there's certain verses that have gone viral, or at least sections of verses. Him talking about haters is a very interesting section. Him talking about haters was very interesting. He was talking about how he was just bringing up how people are today. You know how people criticize every fucking thing that gets dropped. And like you motherfuckers have a problem with 36 Chambers. Like just always. I'm like, he's got a point. He got a point. I don't know. Maybe this is a kind of a Indian summer tape. I want to check it out. I haven't sat down and checked it out. Y'all know I'm bad about checking stuff. We said Ryan Garcia said Eminem a clone. Now that's a whole other can of worms. We can talk about that shit too. Because I'm definitely somebody who thought Eminem was a clone. And Gucci Mane was a clone. And maybe even Kodak Black. I haven't heard any of Baby Tron's music. It's a lot. It's so much going on back in Detroit musically. It's so many things going on, and I'm totally in the dark. I mean, I'll check out, like a Babyface Ray, Icewear Vizo, and a few other artists from time to time. But I do not have my ear to the street like I did. But I mean, it was a lot of cold shit that nobody ever heard back in the day from just random artists that just made one mixtape that nobody heard, and you just happen to go to an open mic and hear the tape. Like, this was nice. His shit is corny. You're a 50-year-old spitting about Dookie and Piss. The fuck? A lot of his stuff is corny. But, I mean, look at the niche he started in, or he kind of, not necessarily created, but definitely defined. He started this kind of weird. So where else is he going to go? You know what I'm saying? But, I mean, I do feel you on that. That's the we're still trying to figure out what to do with old rappers. I mean, Griselda's older than my age, a little bit older than me. I'm about to try my little thing, but this shit is really a rap album disguised as a pop album. I think Diddy a clone could be. Like I said, going back to Trump, there's a rumor that's cloning him. There's two things. Okay, hey, I'm not the father. Appreciate you being here. So, yo, Vidge, I'm here often, maybe not live so much. I appreciate it anyway. Glad to see you still stream. I'm glad to still be streaming. Picked up some new music for you over the past few months. Had no idea it was a thing. Hey, I was thank the guy below you sent your dildo. He's the one who puts me on a lot of new music. He puts me on a lot of new music. Puts us all on a lot of new music. Sent your dildo is really going back to Griselda Ref. He's the curator of a lot of music stuff. But thank you for being here. Thank you for, comment. Watch when you can watch. You know what I mean? I get it. These are long streams. And they come, usually late. So if you can't watch them live, that's cool. You watch them on playback. I appreciate that. Say, I am the father. I hope not. I don't want no kids. But since he does some music, motherfuckers can grow an artist scene. He can't. You know what, man? I hate to say that. I like it. Listen, I still like those first three projects for the time. Some people are just what they are. You know what I'm saying? And Snow Bunny, hashtag 2025. Don't say that. I don't want to get Snow Bunny. Don't want to get Snow Bunny. Because that's not good. But I don't know. Listen, I am going to be tend to defend Eminem as a Metro Detroiter or former Metro Detroiter. And I'm a Metro Houstoner. Black hero Joe Biden. He's my black hero. Get out of here. He got the coof. I hope he survives. Shit, he's at risk. He's at risk to go. And you're right. Going back to M, he is trapped by his target army of stands. He is trapped in perpetuity as Eminem. That's why the whole Slim Shady thing, people just want to hear him. That's the problem. People want to hear him rap about Dookie and Piss. He's got the same thing. And then Eminem, especially we talk about from a global standpoint, outside the West, he was a lot of people's introduction into hip hop globally, right? You talk about like Australia, places where English is not the language. Eminem was the introduction. Eminem, 50 Cent, especially, that era in the early 2000s when LimeWire was hot. Those two really broke through, and then 50 fell off of music. So Eminem, he became like the first artist a lot of people hear. Therefore, he's kind of like what people define as, for a lot of people, he's what people define as hip hop. And you know what I'm saying? It kind of is what it is. Now, I don't think that's as much of a negative. You'll have the Hoteps get mad, oh, he's white. But I'm like, man, y'all sound crazy. Y'all know how much he did for a lot of different black artists. First off, in the Detroit area. But just from a creative standpoint, one thing I will credit Eminem with, to a certain extent, Biggie too, because Biggie was selling a lot of records too. Biggie forget how many records he was doing. But making mainstream artists, and I'll give Wu-Tang credit for this. I'll give them all three credit for this. They made, not mainstream artists, mainstream fans. Fans that kind of, casual hip-hop fans care about the lyrics and the verses. Between those three, between the Wu-Tang Clan, between Biggie and Eminem, because part of it, I am counting in the commercial success. I got to, right? These are all artists with multiple multi-platinum albums, and that's what I mean. Mainstream. That means the same girl who was listening to Britney Spears in the early 2000s, late 90s, might have heard a Wu-Tang song, might have heard a Biggie song, or of course an Eminem song. You know what I'm saying? The same artists that may have listened to more of a, maybe they was listening to Deftones between the years of 95 and 2005, which I don't know when the Deftones came out. I think like late 90s. I'll listen to rap. And Outkast helped too, but I think Outkast is more known for the beats and the hooks at that era. If we're just talking about saying clever verses and having clever things, and 8 Mile kind of helped with that too. I got to give a lot of credit to those 3 artists. Granted, Wu-Tang is gang of artists for making normie mainstream teeny boppers actually listen to the lyrics and the verses. So let me get back. I have a 4chan called the shooter, retardy Oswald. I mean, bro, that guy. That's why I refuse to believe somebody like that's capable of doing the shit himself. I can see him as a patsy. And shout out to Luigi's Mansion 2. I'm not the father says I'm still up playing Luigi's Mansion 2. Should have been in bed a long time ago. M stands only listen to M. That's also true. See, even Retro Richard says a guy from the Bronx, Eminem and 50 were my first rappers. Yeah, Wu would probably be the entry for a lot of whites. Wu, it probably hit like Wu, and then a few months later you had Biggie, and then a few years later you had M. Well, about 5 years later, obviously, because M came out in 99. Or was it 98? I know the album dropped 99, but I'm like, you remember the singles used to drop down there a year before the album. So I forgot when How My Name Is came out. It might have been 98. But entry to rap, and not just entry to rap. Remember, a lot of I'm using the term mainstream fans, and not only because of part of that's white, but remember, all black people didn't like rap all the time. There was old heads. R&B was still huge back in the 90s. So there was a lot of, especially the sisters, but a lot of brothers and sisters who may be the age I am now, 35 and up, they're not listening to Wu-Tang in 93. They're listening to Al B. Shore. You know what I'm saying? Or Jodeci. Or Boyz II Men. You know what I mean? Or they taking out their old tapes and listening to Cameo or Prince or Funkadelic. You know what I mean? Or maybe they're getting the CD re-release of these artists. And so, I think that's something that kind of get lost. We just assume, it's hip-hop blacks. All you guys like that, right? It's like, nah, not always. Now you may see more of that, but there was that old generation. I don't like all that hippity-hop stuff. They can't even sing. You know what I'm saying? So you got to, that's something that people, it's got lost to the annals of time. But rap had to get all the brothers on board, too. So, some of these, quote-unquote, more mainstream artists, like a Hammer, they're necessary not just to get, quote-unquote, Caucasians on board, but to get everybody on board in general. And then Retro Richard, first we were friends, then we became lovers. More than a girl, we was like brothers. He was a playful undercover Puff Daddy. He did say that. I remember how I thought Eminem's first video, I thought he was a joke artist. At first, yeah, a lot of people did. That, hi kids, you like Prime this? You want to see me put 9-inch nails through each one of my eyelids? Uh-huh. You're like, what the fuck is this? And then he had the different costumes and the weird shit. Yeah, a lot of people did think it was joke art. Till you heard that album. I remember when I heard Role Model. I still think Role Model one of his hardest tracks. He was spitting that shit. 8 Mile told me not to trust snow bunnies, and this is just thirsting for that snow, right? Thirsty for the snow. Yeah. You dream of snow bunny heaven. Yeah. She was a big, but I mean, rest in peace to her because she died not too long after. I forgot when she died, maybe a few years after. But she was a dumb hoe. But at the same time, it was like he hit it quick too. It's like he didn't really have to do much to hit it. So you gotta get the whole lessons. It's like if I didn't have to do much to hit it, I don't think nobody gotta do much to hit it. A lot of girls is like that now, and that's the problem. A lot of guys get emotional. It's almost the opposite of what, tradition. Like you get emotional, you're like, oh man, I think this girl liked me. It's like, nah, you just smiled at her. She's cute, but you just smiled at her. I see somebody walking in. So when someone walks in, I feel the need to do something to let them know it's not a static stream. Here's Venom. And then, those are only 2 loose figures. They suspected foul play in her death as well. She was fine, Brittany Murphy. Man, you want to get into the conspiracies, man. There's people who think she was a Hollywood sacrifice. There's people. Shout out to Black Balloons. You watching his video will give you more than that than I can do. At 4:30 in the morning, 5 in the morning on the stream. But yeah, like you said, expect this foul play. Some people think she was a Hollywood sacrifice. Not everybody believes in those, but I have a tendency to. I mean, you can go, and it even goes back to a Natalie Wood falling off the boat in the '60s and '70s. It's a content creator called Black Balloons, spelled BLA. I think it's 2 Ks, and then the word balloons, all one word. So Black Balloons. They're a conspiracy channel. I'm calling them a truther channel, whatever you want to refer to them. So they talk about a lot of conspiracies around celebrities. Yeah, the Masons. And so they have a video on Brittany Murphy where they talk about the case. Shit, I don't know how to post a link on one of these streams, unfortunately, because I was searching up and post it. But like I said, I'll at least put his channel name in there. How do I type? How do I type? Can I? Oh, here it is. Chat. Oh no, can I not type? Oh, fuck me. But yeah, if you're a conspiracy guy, check out his channel and just check that stuff out. Look up the concept of celebrity sacrifice, man. Golly, what was that documentary? Right when everything happened with the coup in 2020, there was this documentary that went viral on YouTube talking about Hollywood. It talked about the history of Hollywood, how it was part of the government, like the CBS, what was it, CBS and NBC, ABC, they were all government programs, like literally. And they started off as radio, talking about the brainwashing shit, talking about all this shit, and having receipts for it, real stuff. You said, you from Mississippi? Everything's a conspiracy? Mississippi, the home of you know what? Mississippi, the home of the infamous Crossroads. It's in Mississippi, right? I think it's near Memphis, but I don't know what's going on with him and his wife. Is he with her? I know they got back and forth together, but I don't know if he's still with her. But yeah, the infamous Crossroads are supposed to be in Mississippi, where infamously Robert Johnson, amongst others, Yazoo County. Is that the name? Yazoo County Crossroads? So I didn't know the county or whatever. I just know the Crossroads. Stop leaking where the Masons at. The Crossroads is supposed to be this place of spiritual power, and you can if you are willing to sacrifice yourself or sell your soul for talent. Apparently, that's a thing. And not only, like I said, Robert Johnson and other mainly him. He's the most known for it. Make a deal with you can make a deal with the devil. The infamous story about Robert Johnson, the 40s, 50s, maybe 20s, 30s. I don't remember. Again, I'm just a dude. But, people around him say he could not play the guitar. He could not play. And then he goes to the Crossroads and they see him months later. He's like the best guitarist they've ever seen. And it's just like, okay. And he was going around saying it in one of the songs he made. He said, me and the devil. He made Me and the Devil, which the cover with Gil Scott-Heron is hardcore. Shout out to that. But it was like they literally saw him, and there's tapes on it. It's like, interviewing people that knew him. They said he could not play guitar. A few months later, he was the best guitarist I ever heard. He said Supernatural did an episode, but you grew up hearing about him, Robert J. It's a legendary thing. He only made like 20-something songs, something like that. Died at the age of 27, and is still thought of as some legendary dude. I don't know what happened, man. Yeah, Santeria. I don't know. Listen, the spiritual world exists. Witches exist. Satan exists. God exists. There's a lot of shit outside of this realm that exists, and people can. We used to instinctively know this. People can practice. That's true too. It's totally possible, to play Angel's Advocate. They over-exaggerated the gap. Maybe it was 6 or 7 months, and he spent 6 or 7 months going hard every day. I'll play Angel's Advocate. They said it was 3 or 4 months or a couple of months, but it's, that time, how time is, and they just over-exaggerate. Maybe it was a year, and they over-exaggerated. He just went hard in this year, and that's what happened. But he died at 27. He made songs about running from the devil. So you tell me. Again, the people, I wish I could find the video. It was a video made, it had to be in the 90s, and all the people were older, but they was just talking about how he was terrible guitar player, would come around and just be kind of one of these motherfuckers. You can't go shit to the best in 6 months. No, that's insane. But I mean, you could definitely improve in 6 months. You could go from shit to playable in 6 months. Depends. Listen, we going off of somebody's account. That's the thing. It's where usually you the anti-conspiracy guy. But yeah, we are talking about being the best. Even a year seems crazy. I know Jimi Hendrix, they talked about he barely had a chance to even play for 10,000 hours because of how young. He was another one, died at 27. That's another little conspiracy, the 27 Club. The infamous 27 Club. But he started playing when he was like 14, 15, and he died at 27. So he like only had 12 or 13 years to play total. And, we started hearing him record stuff. When did he start making... I mean, he'd been making music, but when did he... I think he was like 24, 23 when his first album came out. So he didn't have as much... But they say that 10,000 hours is less relevant than consistency. Because that's the thing. Metric will get tossed out there in the ether and then people will run with it. It's better for you to practice a half an hour. This can go with anything, not just guitar. It can go with Rich. I know you do the basketball or any other skill you guys are doing. It's better to get a half an hour in every single day than to get like 2 hours in and then go 5 days without it or whatever. So I say that to say being consistent can get you good quick. But now talking about the best of all time or up there, or at least one, for Robert Johnson, say the most influential guitarist of all time, maybe with no argument. You know what I'm saying? That's a bit much to go there, even in a year's time. But yeah, consistency is key as any skill acquisition. Central Ditto's correct. Consistency is key. Consistency is key. That's why I got to get back to consistently writing. And consistently making videos and consistently doing a content career. I've been I have heard of Kingfish. I've seen him. I have seen him. He's a big dude. Kingfish is cold though. I have heard of Kingfish. I've watched. He's really good at guitar. Playing in clubs from the 7th grade. Had great guitarists from the Delta. Yeah, y'all have. But y'all have heard Kingfish Ingram. He's a big dude. He's probably, man, we might be the same size. I'm trying to lose weight. I don't know how big he is now. He goes up and down, but he got pretty big. But he's cold. There's also more excuse for me in the guitar. It's like, well, if he can fucking play the guitar, I ain't got no excuse. Because, a lot of times you learn guitar, you think, oh, my fingers are too big or I'm too... Nah, that motherfucker is cold. Check out, if y'all haven't heard anyone else in the chat, look up Kingfish Ingram. If you like blues, there's something in the Delta. They say, as much... Mississippi, Alabama kind of have a rep. They say it's something about the water and something about the nature there. Like, I know, what's it, Muscle Shoals, that in Alabama? It's one of those, it's actually, I believe it's a city or area. I know it's a studio that, very beloved and made a lot of great albums there. Listen, America's beautiful, shit. as a place. Shout out to Charles Barkley. Yeah, he's an Alabama guy. And shit, we see with that cheating ass football team. Muscle Shoals. Uncle has a studio there. That's pretty cold. Yeah. It's kind of known. It was a lot of music was made in Muscle Shoals. I remember seeing a documentary from back in the day. A lot of music was made in Muscle Shoals. And they talked about how the natures, like the trails and some of the nature there is just like fucking beautiful. And I remember just seeing the images look beautiful, like the creeks and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. I don't know if I said I could live in the South and the Midwest. I probably will the rest of my life one way or another. Rather I go back home to Michigan or I stay here in Texas or go somewhere else, maybe go to Florida. Go back to Carolina. I like the South or the Midwest. I like the Midwest. If there's a place in the Midwest, you find out, oh man, the economy's a little good here, or at least houses are a little cheap here. Maybe I go back. But I went through. Actually, it was when Broderlandy moved to Texas. I think it was Alabama, and the people there were nice and it was pleasant. But it was a big ass Confederate flag right outside. I want to say Mobile. Oh damn! I guess we're never coming back here. But the people were nice. People were nice as hell. Said don't go to Florida. Why not Florida? I mean, I've been in the Miami area. I've been in the Tampa area too. Charleston, SC, Savannah, Georgia. I lived in Columbia, South Carolina, and I lived in Charlotte, North Carolina. I didn't live in Charleston. I don't think I visited Charleston. I mean, Charleston and North Charleston kind of got a rep. Columbia wasn't that bad. I mean, Columbia supposedly had a rep. Bro, I had this is Dominican infestation. I had the best chicken wings I've ever had in my life in Columbia, South Carolina. The best, yeah, Columbia, Lexington, Aiken's not too far. What was another one of them suburbs in Columbia? Even Augusta's not that far if you want to drive, you want to get to Georgia. There's a few different suburbs. My brain won't blank on stream. I didn't mind the Carolinas. Man, I faced more racism back in Michigan than I did the Carolinas. I faced more racism in Michigan than I have the whole time I've been in the South. Yeah, I was same here, Sister Dill, though. And people, I'm kind of, light skinned. And so people was walking up to me speaking Spanish. They just assumed, oh, it's another. I probably looked Dominican. Said the bars in the Columbia had the finest women. Well, you talking about Columbia, South Carolina, Columbia? You said the North was racist as fuck, bro. I seen more shit in Michigan. I saw a Confederate flag in Michigan, and I'm like, wait a second, homie. Michigan was never part of the Confederacy, so like, the fuck. But it was beautiful women in the South. And to the Columbia SC, I'm gonna say, because the real Columbia, Bogota, they known for having beautiful women that's out here trying to rob, kill, and steal. But you said Umar called out your homie Umar called out Dominican Republic. I mean, I don't have too much weight on Umar and stuff he's saying. But I mean, I know that you check all his content. It is what it is. But I also know that you obviously hate the Dominican. It is crazy. I saw a commercial talk about how cool the Dominican Republic is. It was like this dual rep. Because, you live there and you're like, I don't really like it. And everybody else at like, all right. But then again, a lot of these people who are going to the DR are going for ulterior motives. They're going for like one of these several reasons. It's girls out there getting plastic surgery, usually a BBL, but maybe something else. You Umar number one fan like Stan, Retro Richard. But no, you got people going out to the DR to party. You got people go out there for, like I said, plastic surgery. You got men going out there to trick on the hoes. You know what I'm saying? You got all this stuff. So that's why people go out there. People don't, people who just live in there, it's like, the fuck? North won the war, so they create the myth that they were the anti-racists fighting the evil South race. Yeah. Think you sent it to me? Oh, you know how bad I am on checking Instascan. Yeah, there was a lot of racism, even historically in the North. And I know, Michigan has links to one of the KKK grandmasters, and so you want to talk about that shit? That's another can of worms. I would still go back to the Midwest. I couldn't live in the coast though, east or west. I don't think. I can go back to Michigan. Live out in the burbs. Or there's parts of Detroit you can still live. Believe it or not. Then again, I don't know, because shit, I'm a West Sider, and they joke about how all these suburbs in the West Side, some areas, that's not really Detroit, that's Redford, that's really Livonia, that's really, so, you play that game. But, which a lot of people do, that's an infamous thing if you local to Detroit, is, you live literally a few blocks this way. That's why they try to get Eminem. And then somebody showed, like, listen, he is literally on 8 Mile right next to Detroit. That was the whole relevance of 8 Mile separates the suburbs from Michigan. Well, that's where I am now. It's constitutional carry here. It's constitutional carry here in Texas. So that's an argument for staying. It depends. Right now, I ain't got enough money to buy a house. When I do, because you got, talking the affirmative, When I do, we'll see what's up then. We'll see what's up with the whole thing. Michigan has more militias that are more racist in nature. I remember that militia. Didn't they try to kidnap the what's her name? Yeah, when you get outside of the city, get outside of either the cities, because you got Detroit, you got Flint, Kalamazoo, Lansing, but then Lansing has sundown towns. Believe it or not, talking about the racism. So yeah, Michigan still has issues. Still has that part of it. But you know what? A lot of places do shit. I remember hearing while I used to live in the Carolinas, used to live in Charlotte. That was an FBI plot, but they are real. Yeah, it probably was. I I didn't look into it, but yeah, see. You're speaking my type of language. I'm not the father, because most of these things are FBI plots. Yeah, that's the type of fans I'm looking for. And then talk about gay with quote Umar, politics over Punani. Yeah, I didn't dig too much into it, but I'm sure it was, because that's what most of those things are. That's what most of those things are. But shit. I think there was I remember when I first moved here. I think like 20 minutes away, it was some like a little white militia, white supremacist thing. But it's like I don't really that shit is never really like it. I do think it impacts people moving out of cities into certain suburbs. Because I remember even a few years ago talking to a cousin back when I was back home. One of these times I traveled, and they was like, "Yeah, we think about moving, but we worried about them. We think about moving to certain area. I can't remember what area, but they were worried about potentially that." Like actual legit racism, because I'm joking with the racism, but there is legit racism, and when you get off these off ramps, as people say, the country gets weird. And I've lived on some of these off ramps; it gets weird. But going back to the Carolinas, I was a wrestling fan. I was a little bit more in tune to some of the scene, somewhat locally, and I remember somebody at one of the shows he worked with the company, and he was talking about. They brought in an Asian wrestler, and on one of these shows in one of these towns in Carolina, because the Carolinas love them some wrestling, bro. It was supposed to be a downtime for Charlotte, but there was still plenty of wrestling. But one of these towns, I can't remember which town it was, but apparently it was pretty racist to some of the Asian wrestlers they had got on the card. I was like, dang, that's crazy. A lot of militias ain't white. That's true too. But some of them are. When I first moved here in Texas, they was on some white supremacy. Now, I mean, could some of that have been puffed up by the little news article I was reading? Maybe. I'm not gonna say the media is not known to be objective, but some of them are. No, I don't think all of them are. I don't think all of them are. And but no, the one I was talking about, it was like 20 minutes away from me or whatever. I believe was because that was the whole goal. Fan, go back to China. Sky Japanese bitch. Y'all was watching some of the beef between China and Japan. That beef is real. It was this video of this Chinese guy. I don't know if he was an Uber or a cab driver, but he kicked the dude out because he thought it was Japanese. And what it was a couple things. I didn't, I knew there was a beef, but I didn't, don't know the details. I'm neither Chinese or Japanese. We should have never used the word race. I don't think that's race kind of implies species. We're not different species. We're pretty much the same, except different phenotypes. Race was always a horrible descriptor to separate these different phenotypes. Just the word race. And don't get me wrong, there's phenotype, there's definitely cultures involved, different cultures, and honestly, I believe culture should be respected for the most part. So long as they're not infringing on other people. And I know that could be a can of worms. But we should have never, not to get all Martin Luther King, because I'm not about to pay no white prostitutes. But we should have never used the term race. Talking about Because look at how separate we are. Now, granted, I think the separation is definitely overblown, especially in this day and age. I think it's, you know, 2020 was definitely contentious in a lot of ways, and it definitely got a lot of people feeling some type of way. But I feel like some of that has done. Did you catch what I said? I don't know if you called me. I said something about white prostitutes. MLK wasn't told fake. He just was a thirst bucket. All this, he was just thirsty as shit. He liked these hoes too much. He was trying to do he was trying to do something positive. And when he found out he was surrounded by fakes, but he was kind of playing it too. But I think his heart was in the right place. His heart was in the right place. But when he went off the script, why you gotta call somebody King Kong? That's ignorant. So you be trying to get timed out. When he went off the script, that's when they clapped him. When he went off the script, that's when they clapped him. I think his heart was in the right place. He clearly did like Caucasian women. He was engaged to a German woman, and his family and everybody said he can't do it, and that really upset him. And he ended up marrying Coretta, and he wasn't the best husband to Coretta. I'm not somebody who lies about that, but I don't think anybody on this earth is perfect. That said, I'm probably a little bit more of a Malcolm than MLK guy in general. I think Malcolm's narrative has been kind of oversimplified and muted for what he was really trying to accomplish. And then, he had some changes in what he was trying to accomplish as well. But I think he kind of, I'm not saying he was not militant, but they make him out a little bit more militant. Hey, don't put Umar, how dare you? I'd rather you put Talcum X in the same classifications as Malcolm X than Umar. Because I consider Dr. Umar to be Talcum X, bro. AKA Sean, what's his name? Sean King. I know you like Umar, man, but I had never seen a more obvious cartoon, a more obvious caricature in my life. He is in, like I said, Talcum X / fucking what's the Medea levels of caricature of a militant black man. And I mean, listen, it's the internet age. It's a cool character. It's a cool gimmick. But I don't buy into Umar. I believe in Joe Hendry before I believe in Umar. He tried doing something positive, basically help create your second constitution, the Civil Rights Act. Fucked you up in the long term. You're not wrong. I said to say it has to be heresy. Like I said, it's equivalent to putting Sean King, Talcum X name next to Malcolm X. Listen, man. I don't buy Umar's shtick. I don't buy it. I just don't fucking buy it. And I still want to know what happened to. I'm not gonna hold it to him for the rest of his life, but I still don't see what happened to the money for the school and why that just been totally destroyed. So I've seen a lot of isms, but most of the undone kids lived in Mississippi most of my life, except when I was in the Marine Corps. Marines far worse. However, I've heard the military can be ist as fuck or racist as fuck, especially when it comes to promotions. I heard it can be difficult to get a promotion as a brother. So I often went both ways in community with nature. Well, I know in general, we talk about like the military, they bust each other's balls on every level. But I'm just talking about as far as like promotion, I've heard that shit. But I mean, you talk about like the actual shit, I can't think of the word for a group. What's the word for a single group in a military? Not like, you know what I mean? But just the actual people in the military. Shit, a lot of brothers been helped by the military. I'm not trying to be put a patriot mask. Hey, Forbidden Ruin. You would go to the military if you ain't got nothing. I look at how the military helped my brother. I mean, it hurt, it sucked too, because he got man, he's still in pretty good shape. He getting himself pretty good health. He's in better health than me than I ever helped. It helped my brother a lot. I've seen it help people a lot. But you gotta make it work for you. You gotta make it work for you. I see it help my brother and his friend, honestly, that went into the military. It helped them both. But like I said, you got to make it work for you between the housing stuff, school stuff, saving money. You got to make it work for you. And platoon or squad, maybe squad be the thing. Yeah, inner squad. They gonna talk about everything. They gonna talk about how your ass smell, your dick, you piss too long. It's a hardcore group of dudes, but that's usually more camaraderie, and they just talking shit. Those motherfuckers will die for each other. So I got respect for the military. I hate the way they get used by the powers that be. I hate the way evil assholes in suits make these young men risk their lives for bullshit. And that looks like that's on the oncoming. And I'll say this, shout out to Orange Man and shout out to 50 Cent. Many Men is now, that song's probably getting a lot of views. I see he perform at the Orange Man's head on his album cover. And I've seen AI remixes with Trump singing Many Men. But one thing in this geopolitical situation or climate, I much rather him at this fucking helm, bro. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if we're going to get into nuclear war. I don't know what's happening with Russia. It seems like there's like a soft build up to something with Russia. And does that mean China and other motherfuckers get involved? I don't know what's going to happen. But I feel like a lot more comfortable if Trump was in office doing this shit. And again, I'm not pro-Trump. Yeah, they got, AI Trump mini. I seen that. Like I said, I ain't lying. The Orange Man. Forbidden Rule. Anyone on Twitter that can confirm the authenticity of Destiny's leaked DMs I know who Destiny is. Orange is the new black. Bro, he's a baby face now. He's turned to complete. There's no way he's won. I've seen videos say he's already won the election. There's no way he loses. I don't think they cheat. I think he finishes the story in November like Cody did this year. I think that's over after this. You know what I mean? Even though I still don't believe this one incel did it. Oh, he was DMing a 10-year-old. Well, whoa, this guy's got to go down. Where's the wood chipper, man? What is it with these fucking streamers, bro? I hope it's fake. I'm not on Twitter, Forbidden Ruin. I wish I knew. And I don't keep up with Destiny. I know of him, but I don't watch his content. I just know he had an open relationship and his wife cucked him out. That's all I know about him for real. And he's like a leftist. 2024, year of the predator, bro. And when are some of these motherfuckers gonna get locked up? Shit. Then again, it took how long for them to lock up R. Kelly? It took a long time. And shit, fucking, what's his name is out. Cosby's out. Why is it so hard to keep a predator in jail? Or put a predator in jail? Okay, Diddy's at least being investigated, but I don't see no charges being brought up. I don't know if there's any investigation on Drake. I don't think there's really any investigation on Dr. Disrespect. And we're just supposed to assume that that was the only minor he was inappropriately texting. And shit, when is somebody else? There's a few of these motherfuckers. And then you crashing out like Ricada. Like crashing out. He's fleeing to Israel. Seemed a little too good, in my opinion. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, maps, yeah. Go on the wall, right? Man, he needs to be, he got to get put. If it's true, I don't want to, yeah, I know. That's why that's a good point. Cosby had Ryan Garcia did have he is crashing out. But that's why Cosby was never supposed to go to jail. And shout out to you for knowing that. Cosby was never supposed to go to jail. He had a plea agreement, and he confessed they won't give him any time, and they reneged on that shit, and that's why they had to let him out. He was never even supposed to go to jail. Now, you can get mad at the fact that the government's but the government's done that. There's killers who are out walking because they snitched on their bosses and the mob. So, I mean, when you have a plea agreement and you have immunity as a part of your agreement, it just is what it is. Was it 3 years? Yeah. It's crazy that they even got that. It's crazy that they were getting that. And then, like I said, I'm not trying to be a Cosby defender. A lot of those hoes were lying, man. You know, I think there was probably some victims, for real, for real. But a lot of those girls were girls that he just was in a relationship with that came out of the woodwork. Free R. Kelly. My body's calling for you. Man, R. Kelly is did they? They might have had to. They might have had to pay him millions. But that sucks for the taxpayer to know you wasted the tax money even housing them and trying them and all that, because it ain't cheap to try somebody like him. And then you got to keep him in, and then you got to pay him after you get him out. Yeah, that's just botching tax dollars. I think the government does that. But no, he wasn't supposed to go to jail. And like I said, you might feel some type of way about that concept of a plea agreement, but that's been in place for 50, 60 years. 100 years. I don't know how long it's been in place. I'd say 60, just going back to the old mob days. That's how they got a lot of mob bosses. It's like, okay, I offer this guy immunity so he could tell on the higher up people. $200,000 a year. Why wouldn't they waste tax money? It wasn't their money. Oh yeah, Josh Giddey. I forgot about him. And then they trade him. That trade is crazy. To trade Josh Giddey for Caruso. And not have to even give up no draft picks either. That's crazy work. OKC hit a lick with that one. And Caruso's gonna make a difference on that team. He's gonna help them compete for a championship, bro. And they traded him for Josh Giddey's not even that good, bro. He looked okay his rookie year. But now that SGA and that team, now that team is ready and you see who's really good, you see he's not really ready to contribute to a championship team. And oh boy, Bronny. You know what? As much as I am pro LeBron doing what he did to an extent, you say you're not. Yeah, everybody. Maybe that's content to Josh Giddey. Yeah, I don't know how he got off. I think I even put that in my That Disrespect video. There's pictures of him with a 15-year-old, and one of them is the caption of her saying, "I just F Josh Giddey." Now, that could have been AI, and maybe that wasn't a real picture, or you know what I mean? Whatever, AI, Photoshop, whatever. But otherwise, man, it's like, I don't know. But yeah, it's the only thing you know about the NBA. Yeah, Bronny's not doing too good in the summer league. He's not an NBA player. While I have a respect for you as a father trying to put your son in the best position, I don't think this was putting him in the best position. I think he should have. I still maintain he should have went to a small college. He went to a small college. Everybody's a MAGA guy now, bro. I'm telling you, forbidden rule. And that was before they clapped at him. This whole year, you know how everybody became a MAGA guy? Have you seen this thing called your paycheck? Or these things called bills? Because that had turned a lot of people into MAGA guys and gals real quick. The past year, every time somebody goes to the gas tank, yeah, oh shit, that's wild shit. Wild Biz, he said Caitlin Clark keeps it hairy. Yeah, he's a crash out type dude. That was some attention seeking stuff too. Like, we ain't talked about Antonio Brown long enough time. And I don't keep up with him to know what turned him. But like I said, these bills, these taxes, gas pump, turned a lot of people into Trump supporters. Rather, they wanted to be or not. And that was wild. He said Caitlin Clark keeps it hairy. Amber Rose opened the RNC. I told you it's a different era, bro. It's not 2020 no more, man. It's cool to be a Republican now. Because the Democrats look like idiots. Amber fucking Rose. Antonio Brown. You say that because you're not Tom Brady. And Antonio Brown didn't fuck your Brazilian wife. I didn't see the RNC. I haven't seen none of that shit. I did see that Trump has a VP. It's not Vivek. Who I was kind of rooting for. But it's what's his name? I'm about to call him Josh Giddey. I forgot his name. The VP pick. That's crazy. I did not know Amber Rose. And I can't imagine how she looks. Nah. Her hair is short. Yeah, I know she's usually keeps her hair short. That was her gimmick. I haven't seen her since she was young and in her prime. So Antonio Brown not work. Yeah, I guess. Well, I'm gonna be honest. How bad it is either really? They may say wild shit, and I'm not just defending Ryan Garcia for all the wild shit he said. JD Vance, thank you. I'm not the father. Vance. I don't know anything about this dude. Never. I don't know if I really heard of him. Maybe I have, but Antonio, both of them were crash out though. Were they really the college roommate? Well, I was close. And listen, Vivek is probably a part of the system too. He's too good of a talker. Like you can't be that good of a talker. What's his name? The nutty blonde guy. I mean, that's blonde white guy, severe TDS. What's his name? That's a lot of people. I don't know who Amber Rose is fucking. And I didn't know she was on OnlyFans. That's what Sister Dildo said. Said JD Vance, an interesting pick. Is he an Elon guy? Sister Dildo says Elon's money behind that. You know what? That's one thing I didn't even think about, Elon. Because, with the whole Orange Man thing, he's got a chance to be a little Black Rockish on that side of the gimmick. You know what I mean? He's got a chance to really put some money behind the conservative, more of Peter Thiel guy. Well, I'm not aware who Peter Thiel is. But Elon has a lot more. He has an ability to have a lot of impact for them. I didn't even think to put that up. Musk is dumping some deep shit into Trump. Really? So I have not been keeping up with shit. Thank y'all. But 4 years ago, again, it's not 2020. I was all knowledgeable about all this shit. But this time I'm like, man, because I barely give a fuck about politics. $25 million a month. Wow, it's a lot of money. Shout out to anybody watching this. Shout out to anybody watching this morning show. Shout out to Dark Side sitting here as we talk. Deal was Musk's partner in PayPal. All right, so he's an old homie. Oh, okay. So oh man, $45 million. Oh man, it's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. I know a month. You know what I'm saying? Just to campaign. That's a lot of money, especially when you consider if he owns Twitter. Twitter was one of the biggest marketing things. That's another thing that's different this time. If he can use Twitter, can be used to help him this time as opposed to last time. It's a totally different election process than it was in 2020. 45 bills is a lot. That's a lot of dodo dollars. Good googly moo. That's a lot of money. I mean, you go the whole year, was it 10 months, 11 months? Right wing acceleration. Acceleration is wants to speed up the tech. What type of tech? I don't know. I don't trust any set of tech billionaires. They're all freaky to me. Whether you're talking about an Elon or Zuckerberg, I call him Elon Muckerberg. Zuckerberg, of course, Bill Gates of hell. They all freak me out, bro. Man, I said some people left. I appreciate everyone who's still here. Shout out to the Doom Scrollers. I have a messed up sleep schedule here. These streams. Woke ain't helping the black man. Yeah, I can't imagine. I'll be shocked if the black vote isn't split closer in half. I'll be shocked if it's not at least 50-50, if not 60-40 Republican. And that's not off some, like I said, it's the economy, man. The economy is too bad. The economy is too bad for any of that shit. The woke shit ain't working at all. Nobody's trying to hear that shit. Everybody's tired. They only pissed everybody off. You got women talking shit about feminism now. A lot of that shit they played the past 5 or 6 years has really backfired. Something crazy, or really longer than that, but especially the past 5 or 6 years. Really 8 years. Once Joe no longer had COVID for the fourth time. Yeah, somebody said he got COVID again. Which, by the way, whatever happened to that? Speed up all technology, transhumanism and shit. Oh, fuck all that. Like I said, I don't trust the right or the left wing tech billionaires. Got COVID again. Wow. Yeah, nothing. Remember, wasn't that supposed to change everything? Didn't that ruin everyone's life for a couple years? And now it's just nothing. It's no big deal. But people still get COVID all the time. We weren't allowed to go out of our houses for years. Everything the biggest wealth transfer in history happened. And millions or at least thousands of small businesses died off. People's lives were ruined. People have been developmentally stunted. And it's nothing now. He was shuffling around Vegas with COVID, no face diaper. Yeah, remember that? You were supposed to wear this mask that clearly couldn't stop anything. And then you couldn't even talk about it on a major platform like this. And this was years of this shit. And it just happened. It just happened. And it's like it never happened. Unreal shit. Unreal shit. Man, you could argue which is the most evil organization on this earth. But I gotta say, the mainstream media of the United States and of the West as a whole, they gotta be up there, man. They gotta be up there for the way they report things and the way they're able to move the narrative forward for whatever the fuck they want. Yeah, totally unreal. Unreal that we dealt with that. Shit, the Coof, every now and again we get on our dating podcast wave. Our quote-unquote red pill, alpha male, cigars, TRT involved in this wave. But when we want to talk about something that hurt dating, god damn, the fucking Coof destroyed dating. Destroyed it dead. Destroyed it dead. It's you know what I mean? It's completely we don't mate with each other because of that 2 years. It's over. We're going to be Japan before we know it. I think the head of DNC demanded Joe. Bro, I don't see how they should have demanded Joe step out of the race a year ago. They should have been this whole time ready to pass off to whoever the fuck they was going to use. And the fact that they didn't do that is like I said, it was disrespectful to America, to be honest. You right, Vig can't trust any of these guys just because they ain't leftists. Absolutely not. They're all influenced by Nick Land, who I haven't heard, but you say he's an obscure accelerationism BS. See, I mean, it's clear that these guys, all of them, have a like super futurist view on what they think is going to happen from a technological point in our lifetime. I mean, for fuck's sake, Elon is trying to go to Mars and has already successfully implanted brain chips into people. You know what I'm saying? These people are trying to make sci-fi a reality. Fucking Zuckerberg wanted you to live your entire world in a virtual reality. And if the technology was right, you would have did it. We're just 10, 15 years off from getting the VR right and getting something like the metaverse to where it's successful. But a version of what the metaverse will be a reality and the replacement for social media 10, 15, 20 years, whenever they can actually get it right. Maybe 5. Maybe I'm overstating it. But whenever they can get it right, that will be the replacement for social media. They knew they were fucked 2020. They played that shit for 4 years and now they stopped pretending. FWP. What does FWP mean? I'm lost. Flip? Fuck. Whey protein? I don't know what you're talking about. $100,000 base price? No, that's the thing. Once it gets cheaper, once VR gets cheaper, once VR, a good VR headset is like $250 or like $250. Once VR costs like a console, people will get it done. I mean, some people still mess with the Apple shit, even though it's expensive. So yeah, man. Thank you all for being here. It's a good conversation. You guys are on point. You got carrying. Shout out to Forbidden just showing up. Obviously, I'm not the father. The kid is not my son. Now, Cinch Dildo and Retro Richard was holding us down before y'all showed up. So thank you, anyone watching us live, playback, everything. Saw the Apple idiots pay for anything. Mark won't drop the price to the service. It's nearly dead. He put a lot into that service. He risked the company on that service. It was just, you know what? I don't know if it's going to end up a good thing or a bad thing. I mean, obviously, money wise, it hasn't been good. But if they take this massive L and learn from it and correct it, I mean, who knows? Everything Elon does about going to Mars, look at his company. He's basically running experiments on Earth while making money. Communications, tunnel, electric vehicles. Yeah, you're right. That's crazy. That's crazy shit to think about. There's a guy on this planet trying to get us to Mars and have a whole society up there. Even if he fails, because that's such a gargantuan task. Even if it takes us another 150 years to actually do some shit like that, just the fact that we're in a lifetime where somebody's actually putting forth something like that is still pretty incredible stuff. Not to glaze them. Apple put a little effort into that $3,500. That's how much that shit costs. Yeesh. $3,500 defective headset. Yeah, that's a lot of money. I'm not that big of an Apple fan. I have an iPad. And I'm sorry. I hate that I see that number go. I need to just move. I am a live human. You know, I'm going to switch them out. For Venom. Venom's going to post the rest of the show. Musk is doing something NASA should have been doing instead of pegging each other with a $3 billion dildo. That same phone since 2018. Good for you, bro. I only had this phone a couple years, but I don't feel like I'm giving this phone up no time soon. Let's repair. You know, so far it's been a tank of a phone. One of the best phones I've ever had. Never a straight answer, NASA. I mean, listen. In general, not to say the government hasn't done anything productive or that the government hasn't helped the private sector, because it certainly has. But getting shit done, it takes the private sector. So, because the government has inherent hindrances that stop it from functioning properly. The only reason we even went to the moon, if we did, which they got a movie about that. And y'all know I'm a conspiracy theorist. I don't know that we didn't go to the moon, but I don't know that the first filming of the moon landing was correct either. I think there's a space in between that. But that notwithstanding, for the purposes of this conversation, we're going to assume we went to the moon. That happened because they wanted, like, there was a huge push to do it. And honestly, because there was a huge military push to, and, you know, some people think that some of this was central bank backed on both sides. Maybe it was, as far as the Cold War. But we wanted to get into space before Russia did, because we wanted to make sure if there was the possibility for military applications of getting into space, i.e. missiles that can hit from any place on the planet, that we could come up with something like that before they did. And it was like it had to happen. You know what I mean? There was an imperative to get us to the moon. If the United States government had that same imperative, and I may be mispronouncing the word or using the wrong word, apologies. I ain't Cosby. I ain't go to Hill, man. I mean, maybe we could get it done. I always think of Pandoran when they talk about us going to Mars. Never heard of that. Not the father. Only reason you went to space because the Ruskies did it first. Yeah, and that's nothing. They got in space first. Like I said, it was all about Russia. It was about Russia. And it was about, like, that's why, some people don't think they got to the moon first. Note 9, when it broke, I used my insurance to get the same thing. I don't want another phone. I had one of those late notes, maybe the 8 or 9. I love that phone. I had that shit like for 4 or 5 years. But when it broke, I just ended up getting a new phone. I would have got another one. The Note. But you know what? This is cool. This is not quite as big as the Note, but it's pretty big. This is I think S22 or S23. One of those. Maybe it could be S20. Some of the S20s. Samsung. And I like it. And I don't care if some bougie bitch won't date me because the color of my messages is wrong. That's the stupid. You got to be dumb as fuck to not date someone because they have an iPhone. Pandorum is a sci-fi movie. Check it out sometimes. I'll add it to the list of things I need to watch. Not a dumb thing though. Like there are actually women on this planet that won't date you because you have an iPhone under the guise that you're cheap. Even though like Samsung, there's some like I think my phone was expensive, but I got a deal on it, and you know what I mean. But like all these phones cost a little bit, and like who cares if I paid $1,500 for some stupid ass iPhone? You really not gonna date somebody based upon that? Cool, don't date me. Cool, I'm good then. Oh, female wrestling podcast. I'm like, what the fuck is FWP? Oh, y'all haven't heard that shit? And it's I don't know how. Listen, I saw it on the internet. The internet over. You see an overemphasis on shit in the internet, but the idea is when you message somebody, it looks different if it's iPhone to iPhone as opposed to an Android message an iPhone from the iPhone person's perspective. Howdy, Tom Jensen. Good morning. Good morning. Ooh. And so there apparently are some, how many, I don't know. You know, a lot of people give the internet too much credit. You know, how many women really would take a bear over a man? A lot of bitches will say it on the internet. That don't mean it's true, right? But that's a thing, apparently. They'll look at you as broke because you don't have an iPhone. And everybody's supposed to have an iPhone. That's some real follower cult type mentality on top of being just stupid. But honestly, is there? I don't know. It could be. iPhone tethering you could do to track people's phones you're linked up with. I know they got the little AirTag shit, but I mean, I don't know. But yeah, bitch, be crazy. That's silliness. That's silliness. They want to be fed to bears. Yeah, so I don't know if you heard about that gimmick, but a few months ago, I think a woman, or what was it? I don't know if it was a video or a Twitter thread or a column, but the message or the question was asked to women: would you rather be alone in the forest with a strange man or a bear? And a lot of them picked the bear because women or men are so evil and dangerous that a bear is less dangerous than a man. Obviously. I think they want to easy track someone if it's the same phone type, like child safety features. Fair enough. Like they do in China with the iPhone. I'm sure there's ways to track you, and I know that the hacking community has all sorts of ways of doing that shit. Whammons, they be tired. But again, the internet is just. I don't know how. Don't get me wrong. I messed some uppity bougie type girls who are probably like that, but here's something I've noticed about women. Whatever rules they've come up with in their head, they break them if they like to do. That's just a God to honest truth. God to honest truth. You know what I mean? They just talking shit. You know what I mean? They may not like you, and thus they'll talk shit. But if they like you, they don't give a fuck what color your messages are. They don't give a fuck if you got money. People bring money. If they really like you, they'll buy you shit. That's the truth. I ain't saying to pimp these hoes. And that's another thing, Tom. It was probably a small amount of heifers, but the internet got mad about it. Retro Richard says taking the polar bear. Where's the polar bear? Shout out to Snorter Poopers. Shout out to Snorter Poopers. But yeah, you can't believe the internet. Amazonian flying you out. See, I remember I went to Australia. And this is one of the most beautiful girls in the world. She was buying most of the stuff. They like you. They fuck with you, bro. And I wasn't even that attracted then. Not saying I'm that attracted now, but still. If they don't, they don't. If they don't fuck with you, and that's just how it is. And maybe sometimes you be trying to add up math and trying to make it a math equation. She either fuck with you or she don't. That's it. She either gonna be loyal or she not. That's it. It ain't nothing deeper and crazier than that. And she can change her mind at any time. That's life. I don't know what to tell you. So that's how it is. Don't get bent out of shape. Don't ruin yourself over the shit. Man, I keep coming across these doomers. Boy. She's cute as fuck, yo. Fuck what he talking about. He on that Diddy type of time. Confidence reigns supreme. Yeah, I get a pause. No homo, no Diddy. Confidence and just, fit. And that don't mean, listen, that don't mean don't work on yourself. Make sure you look as good as you can, dress as good as you can, and all that other good stuff. And really work on yourself mentally. Make sure you're in the places you want a relationship or whatever the hell. Because you don't want to be toxic. You don't want to be in no toxic space. But, and listen, I always say, if you're taking advice from me, you probably done fucked up. But what is some simple shit? Diddy's probably fucking a man. That's probably exactly what he's doing right now, or waking up from fucking a man. I can't say no homo. It's very homo. So that's probably what Diddy's doing. And listen, I'm not saying I got all the answers. Because I will say this, because the whole feminism gimmick, it has made a lot of women feel like they don't need the average guy. That's a real thing. I won't. He thinking of you, right? He trying to sign Retro Richard to Bad Boy Records with a fucking lollipop in his mouth. Talking about take that. Has Diddy returned? I don't know where Puffy is. Is that what happened? He lead U.S.? I mean, don't most countries have an extradition treaty though? If he needs to be, you got to put charges, press charges. Yes, I don't make music, so I'm good. He signed to you. Needed a Farnsworth Bentley. You ain't never heard no Farnsworth Bentley song. He ain't make music, but he was still signed to Bad Boy Records. He can still do something with you. Take that. You know what I mean? You might be his personal assistant. Hold his umbrella. He wants you to be his dancer, see? Yeah, I was talking about Diddy earlier, because we were talking about these fucking predators. Like, some of these motherfuckers need to go, start going to jail, man. Dance. You don't gotta dance. I guess Farnsworth did a little dancing. He was just there. He was just a character. No paparazzi on news on Diddy. Sister Ray. Hope Zombie Man's doing okay. The way he wants Vigilante and Zombie Man. I haven't heard shit since then either. Like, FBI went to his house, that was it. I didn't hear charges were brought up. I didn't hear he's in custody. And then I forgot, you were right. Because I was wondering what happened. He left the country. Maybe he's going to Woody Allen it out and just never come back. You know what I'm saying? He's got enough money to. I mean, he could just say, fuck it, I'll leave everything I had. Isn't that crazy to have that much money? He could literally say, you know what? I'm going to leave every single thing that I had and just live in another country and not think nothing of it. Yeah, Zombie's got some real shit on his mind. I wish him the best with that. Oh, that's cool. Shout out to Zombie. Speaking of IG, that's cool. I need to get on IG. I mean, I have one, but I need to use it, talk to the people. But I hope he's cool with that. They froze everything they could, or absolutely nothing. But I mean, usually rich people have accounts outside the country. That's a common thing in general. So even if they froze U.S. assets, he could still have accounts outside. He could still have $100 million somewhere else that they don't have access to. Or, especially, listen, he wasn't just diddling on his own. He was diddling for the people. Yeah, exactly. DHS had to let him leave. He was diddling for the powers that be, man. He was diddling for the Clive Davises of the world. He was a hired gun, man. He was diddling to bring. He was a talent scout. That's what he was, a talent scout for the entertainment industry. Essentially, to make it long and short. So he's coming across or a talent scout and a talent breaker to an extent. Like you said, it's very sus. Very sus. Diddy for pay, yeah, talent, quote unquote talent. So the powerful people was the reason he even did any shit he did anyway. So they're not gonna, you know, they'll put him in jail as a patsy, but they'll also might have a little loyalty to him. Where all right, we're gonna throw dirt in your name because we need to distract the people from this. But we're not gonna do nothing with you. We're not gonna put you in jail. You can go, no, leave the country. We just need you to distract the people from the other bullshit we doing. But you good, bro. Shell companies and shit. Diddy for pay, quote unquote. Yeah, inspector. But I mean, he got to let people. You need people like this. If you have an evil industry that's based upon blackmail and based upon humiliation and all that, and you still need talented motherfuckers. You still need an escape. A fucking Mary J. Blige, a Biggie Smalls. And these are literally all artists he was associated with on some level. Heavy D, which he didn't find, but he was still part of those projects from a not a musical standpoint, but as an executive, A&R. All these different artists, you need somebody who's gonna come across these artists and gonna make sure they down to do what you need to do in the entertainment industry, basically. Vince McMahon's another guy who does this stuff, allegedly. You know, there's rumors about The Rock and John Cena, and we've heard stuff about Shawn Michaels. That maybe, you know, they got to bust it wide open every now and again to get that bread. Was he on Epstein's list? I couldn't tell you. You're a deaf rebel for making these terrible songs. Oh, shit. Deaf rebel sucks. Sexy Red definitely, yeah, Sexy Red definitely got diddled. BLM Punk. If there was a cool wrestling game, I would make the character BLM Punk and send him through a story. But the wrestling games, like the Madden games, aren't that good. Shout out to, has anybody played college football yet? I don't know if it comes out today. I know you could pre-order it and then play it a few days early. Have you seen the guy CNN clip with the guy taunting him with his shirt? No, I did not. I did not see that clip. Anti-Snow Bunny wrestler. Yes, Sexy Red. Yeah, Sexy Red is definitely a plant type artist. But these plants, the industry's not really making that much. I don't want to say that. They're making pretty good money on these tours. The artists that can tour are making pretty good money to tour. They're not making money off selling music. Independent artists, again, there's some independent artists making really good money off touring and merch. But we're not back in the 90s where you could sell, think about selling 10 million albums. Think about how many artists sold even 1 million albums. You sell 1 million albums, you generate, that's $8 million at least generated off that. Right? Because let's say it's $16. Half goes to the distributor retailer side and half goes to you. So that's $8 each pop. And you don't pay the artist. We know that. Maybe you get the artist, 70 cents on the dollar, 70 cents on it. You have multiple artists doing tens of millions. Like a Mariah, you as a Sony Records, you might have a Mariah Carey or a Janet Jackson or Celine Dion. They selling 10 million albums. God damn. God damn. Anti-Snow Bunny, yeah, he does Umar stuff on camera, but he fucks with white women. That'd be funny. I think it's at the RNC First Night Reporter talking about the guy shows up behind her. Okay. Well, I can't, unfortunately, on this thing, I don't know if you can play shorts. Is there a way for me to... No, it doesn't give me the option to do something. That's why I have him die. Tiffany Stratton. I think it's at the RNC First Night. Okay. Maybe I can grab my iPad and check it out. I will. Written on the shirt is, oh, where's the Jeffrey? Never mind, you just told me. Where's the Jeffrey Epstein client list? That's a good question, man. She's the snowiest bunny you could think of. Listen, we know you done slid in Tiffany Stratton's DMs. It's okay, Retro Richard, man. I don't know why this isn't a thing. Check your IG. I can't do it from the phone. I can't do it from the phone. I mean, I can, but I can't continue to stream. That's why I couldn't. Forbidden Room just put that clip. I can't watch it because it'll mess up the stream, unfortunately. It's not like when I stream on my computer, if you put something, I could just, oh, here, add it to the screen. But unfortunately, I cannot. I have to check after the stream. Not slid in your DMs. Okay, whatever, man. Whatever, man. Roxanne Perez and Jada Parker. Listen, it's okay to like white girls. It's okay, bro. All bell. Happy birthday to Mama Jensen. Hope she's doing okay. Well, you all obviously help her out. Hope you guys both have a great day today. But yeah, Richard, come on, man. We all know. Okay for you. It's okay for you. Relax. Get over it. Listen, listen. It's okay if you want to still watch Dr. Umar and still date white women. Nobody's going to yell at you. It's okay. Umar is not going to come out of the shadows and say, that's a Caucasian woman you're with. You're not going to go, you're not going to get lynched for whistling at a white woman no more, man. It's okay. Okay. Because I don't bring them up every stream, I might bring up women in general. A lot of these streams. Umar's Gumar. You're the one who brings this up. That's why I say this. I love all women. You know what I'm saying? All women, big women, tall women, short women, small women. I imagine you stay away from me. Just go a stream without bringing up snow bunnies. That's all I ask. If you could do that, maybe I'll be a little bit more convinced. Maybe I'll be a little more convinced. And I get it. Dr. Umar's got you in the Nation of Domination and shit. But, like, come on, bro. Like I said, just go a stream. Don't bring them up. I might believe you. But it don't matter. I mean, shit. Now, listen, I'm not trying to say if it ain't white, it ain't right. All these, a lot of these, I ain't gonna say, BLM punk, BLM punk, BLM punk. But, a lot of these women are on one. The internet's overstating it. But, a lot of people, going back to 2020 really fucked up a lot of people, man. Nation of Domination need to come back. They had the Her Business. The Her Business was cold. They should have never got rid of the Her Business. Bobby Lashley ain't doing shit now. All of them, a couple of them guys left. Her Business was cold. I don't know why they got rid of them. They had the Her Business on one side, and then they had the Bloodline on the other. And they basically replaced essentially the Her Business has been replaced by Judgment Day. Her Business was real cold. But that was the Raw heel faction that ran everything. Lashley was a good champion, but he got hurt. And he got hurt. I wonder what would have happened if he didn't get hurt. Maybe they would have still took the belt off of him. But I don't know. And then the belt moved a little bit because Miz had it for a little bit. That was kind of a decent little time right around the pandemic, into the pandemic. I mean, the pandemic was a little weird. But that was decent. There was some decent stuff. And Her Business definitely part of it. What time is it, guys? I don't have a clock, and again, I can't move off of this phone app lest I risk messing up the time or messing up the stream, I should say. Thank you, anyone joins, watches this live, playback, anything like that. Appreciate it. Shout out to Venom hosting the show. My action figure. I got a couple more loose action figures I'll probably put on these streams. That are kind of make-up streams for the streams I don't do because of my weird sleep schedule. Yeah, it moved around a bit. It was Brock, then Drew, then Randy, then Drew again, then Miz won it, then Bobby. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you're right. It moved around. 1 p.m. Yeah, that doesn't help. 1 p.m. there in Croatia. That's just chilling. What's the weather like in Croatia? I never asked about Croatia. What's it like there? What's the temperature? Not just weather, but just in general. What's it like? What's going on? What's the Croatian on the street think about the world? What's going on with y'all government? What's going on with the EU? Big E cash on Bobby. That's right. But didn't Bobby win it back and then lose to Brock in a 6-way? Oh, no, Big E cash. Brock beat Big E. That's right. Brock beat Big E. That's right. You're right. Then Brock won it. Then Roman combined the belts. Okay. See, that belt moved a lot in that little space. I think the belt, it's cool when the belt moves. It's hot right now. I'm steaming. Shout out to the Heat, man. I've been trying to tank the sun. Just going out in the high noon in the sun and getting, walking. Gotten a little, I'm still light brown, but a little darker. No, he won, lost to Bobby, then okay. Won, and Roman shit, lost to Bobby. Won it again, then Roman. Okay, yeah, I know. I just know it moved around. I remember Miz having it. I remember Bobby having it. I forgot about Randy getting it. Yeah. I don't know, man. They've experimented with these long runs, and you do want to have long runs from time to time. But I think the belt should move a little bit more. Like even though wrestling, I don't know how wrestling keep getting bought up. I guess I'm still a fan, but I just ain't watching. I'm not watching week to week. I had it for like 3 days. Anything ain't long. Let's see. So you have, depending on what part of Croatia where you live, you have a continental climate. If you have on the coast, if you live on the coast, it's Mediterranean. Okay. No, not female wrestling podcast. Women's wrestling still kind of sucks. The whole draw is the fact that the women are attractive and they're scantily clad. And I'm tired of acting like it's not. Only reason people watch female wrestling is because the girls are cute. That's the truth. It's because you want to fuck, obviously our boy here's a Tiffany Stratton guy, but the rest of you want to fuck a Jada Parker, Nikita Lyons, a Sky Blue, whoever these hoes are. That's the truth. Because women's wrestling is uninteresting. Wrestling's just uninteresting to me, man. But I still be seeing. I still watch content on it from time to time to pass the time. Zagreb, I don't give a fuck. He's like, come and get me. Only NXT. No, I don't even want to watch NXT. Nikita Lyons feud. No, that's a fake. She's not natty. That's not real. That's a BBL. I can't do it. Especially knowing that BBL smell, I can't do it. Zagreb. You think you just gonna go to Zagreb and just find them? You'll just look around. You just know you'll come across them some way somehow. Like I'll just know. Shout out to Zagreb. Shout out to Croatia. I know I'm mispronouncing that, but here's what it is. I speak American, so bear with me. But yeah, like I said, wrestling is not interesting. Just yell, cinch your dildo if someone look too much as him. No, I think people are gonna be looking at you for yelling, especially this phrase "cinch your dildo." I think most people look like, "What the fuck is wrong with this guy?" Inflation crazy, need the money, nothing personal. I feel you. This inflation is cooking, man. This inflation is cooking hard, bro. I gotta somehow get my car fixed, and I'm scared to see what they're gonna tell me. Scared to see what they're gonna tell me. I gotta get it fixed. I gotta get it registered. And I gotta get it. Hurry up with that shit. So that's. I'm worried about this shit. But it is what it is. What the fuck can you do, man? What the fuck can you do? And really, since I ain't making videos, cause I really need to push this shit over the top to get monetized. Fredo was in the middle of a city, and since you did, I was there, and I said, since you did, and he saw me, he would know it's me. You're probably right. I mean, how many Dominican and Japanese or black and Japanese dudes visit Croatia? I mean, I'm sure that number's not zero, but it ain't a million either. You know what I'm saying? Uh-uh. That'd be weird to have meetups with you guys. I don't know. Who knows if this channel will ever grow that much? Yeah, you do got pictures of yourself on the at least in your avatar. But that'd be weird to have a meetup. I wouldn't even know where to do it. You know what I'm saying? To meet you, like how But this channel's not big enough to facilitate that, and I don't think it ever will be. I don't want to keep. I need to stop being so negative. Maybe it will be. I ain't about to do no Diddy stuff for it to get bigger. I'm not about to do no Diddy stuff. I don't really, but it could. It could. Shout out to anyone who's Nas. That'd be weird. Cause Nas be saying super sus shit over the internet. Shout out to anybody doom scrolling this morning. Good morning. Appreciate you being here. Just got a jacked up sleep schedule. You go to PWG to the Female Wrestling Podcast. So shout out to y'all. I appreciate anybody who doom scroll into this. Venom hosting. Dark Side's here too. If you the Super Friends version of Dark Side, as you see his crotch, here's his face. But we just do these streams because I don't show my face. And oh shit, there's something to look at. Saw some dude online compare his Amazon shopping from 2 years ago. Cost 4 more times. Jesus, 4 times more. They lied about inflation being 27%, and U.S. here is at least double. Yeah, well, that's crazy. But I have seen products, products that I used to buy from Amazon. I've seen them go up at least, 50%. I used to get some. It may seem bougie, but I used to get Fiji water. It used to be like $20. Then it was 22. Then it was 25. Now it's like 30 something to get some Fiji water delivered. It just kept going up and up and up. There's a lot of things that have gone like that where they staggering going up. I see orange juice, at least at the local Kroger, that went up. It's like, God damn. And I like orange juice. It's a little cheaper at H-E-B, so I need to start going there to just grab it. But I don't know, man. Everything's close, but still. Who said it was $125, now it's $450 for the same items? I believe it. Certain things they just jacked up the price of so high. If Venom represents black people more than Joe Biden, man, Joe Biden they can't nominate that guy. I mean, they can. It seems like maybe that's the goal. Just give this shit to Trump. Maybe that's what the powers would be like. Man, fuck it. Let's just let Trump get this shit and go about our business from there. But this inflation, bro. And you know what? A lot of people are going to blame Biden for inflation, and rightfully so. But Trump's not going to be able to undo all this. He'll lower the gas prices. He'll hopefully lower taxes. And maybe those things will help make things a little bit smoother. But that's about the backs. I know, shout out to YouTube Shorts. Like he showed me shit on Canada and this Pierre versus Trudeau thing. They got this damn carbon tax. And Forbidden Rules saw that video where the Amazon price is going up 4 times. Crazy, man. They got taxes and stuff they can get rid of. But yeah, it's too corrupt to... Yeah, I agree with that, too. It's too corrupt and complex to blame it on one person is correct. To say that Biden bad, Trump good is an oversimplification. Especially when, central banks exist. The Fed exists. They have their own agenda, and their agenda is the one that matters more than the perceived one of any of these politicians. That's just the reality of the situation, and that's been the reality forever, and that's going to be the reality. So, as much as we want to blame Biden and blame this politician, that politician, and say, "Oh man, everything was better under Trump," and it was a smoother economy. Definitely, I felt like I had more, even though I was making significantly less than I'm making now. But it's done. It's over, man. You know what I'm saying? It ain't gonna revert back. And getting the system to stop taxing you is never easy because the taxes are just too much. Taxation, if you could lower the taxation, that would help a lot. That would help a ton for the average person. We need this money. Hey, I'm hoping Orange Man can at least do that. That's one thing I am hoping for. They can at least, like I said, those two things I think can get accomplished. Anything else, you're asking for. If you want these people that look to have one, if you're looking for 2A stuff, Trump was never the most pro 2A guy anyway with his bump stop. If you're looking for like some of this social bullshit that they distract us with, I could at this point could care less unless something real is happening with it. If you're looking for some changes there, I mean maybe, but that shit don't matter anyway. The woke stuff, messing with Title IX and trans business. I mean, that's just never going to affect me in my life, so I could care less. You know what I'm saying? It's interesting to talk about at times, but it's not. A lot of times it can be distractionary. So if you're looking for that stuff, I don't know, but I think he can get your taxes down. And I think he can get if that's how it works out. We'll see. And saying by lost their minds, inflation and greed. So Brian, yeah, ruined 8 billion people. Man, they literally destroyed like the whole. They really messed up the hope for our youth, man. God, there's a lot. A lot of them just don't care anymore because they feel like it'll never be better. Still find saying, yeah, you're telling me you got to pay property taxes on your primary residence in the U.S. That basically means you never own your property. Exactly. You never own your property. And, yeah, welcome to wage slavery. Your property that's gotten prohibitively more expensive and more corporately owned and controlled. So to even get a property. $200 to $300K by the outside aren't affected by the outside. Yeah, it's true. And forget North Korea exists with an unknown population. I can't imagine it's that much. How much does South Korea have? It's probably somewhat comparable to that. Maybe I would assume probably less, maybe more. Honestly, you know what I mean. I didn't even think about that. We don't know what it is, but I would think South Korea would be the comparison. But it might be more. It's 200, 300 million. Okay. But I thought you were talking about the 1% we saw 200, 300K not being affected. Yeah, the taxes. Yeah, we just got these taxes are crazy. We went to war over taxes, but we ain't got the spirit to go over war. Those people were like my age, the quote unquote founding fathers. We ain't got that spirit no more. If provided that wasn't an Illuminati thing. I don't know what the population of. I don't know. We don't know much about the population size that I'm aware of. I don't know if they have any kid caps or anything like that. But it could be anything. I know, similar to Japan, South Korea has a population issue. And South Korea apparently has a commercialization issue, like a brand worship issue. Like they spent, I was talking about all the shit that it goes on here with the women in the phone messages, but it's like, man, if you ain't got Balenciaga, Prada, Louis, like, I almost sound like the black community. Like, goddamn, like they really materialistic out there. That's really a thing. So they got a lot of people working on a damn time, blowing their money on clothes and blowing their money on brands and not being able to like establish homes and shit. That's a thing out there. Here you just pay one-time fee when you buy your first property, private property tax on your second, tertiary, but they ruled it unconstitutional on your primary residence. So if it's a bit, basically, if you own it for like, okay, I own this home and I'm renting it out or some shit, or just anything, secondary homes, this is a vacation home, whatever the case may be. If it's your second home, you pay taxes, but your first home, your primary home, you don't. See, that'd be smooth. They can at least do us that. But they ain't gonna do that. Not here. Not in U.S. of A., land of the free, home of the brave, home of the wave. That's crazy. What's going on with the marijuana? Sorry about that. Taxation is theft. Not to go full libertarian tired. Taxation is theft. It's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. But what do? When this so-called representative democracy, so-called republic, will never get representatives to do things actually for the people. Taxation, yeah, you're right, it's theft and extortion, Tom Jensen. But we'll never get our quote-unquote representatives to do anything. Just is what it is. No form of government is perfect. And no form of government is immune to corruption. No system is at all. It's easy to criticize the current system and say this system would be better. Would it? I think you could probably do more to have certain things be voted upon. It's weird that we don't, there's no national policies that can be voted on by the people. Local policies can, but nationals can't. State policies can. But I mean, at least I don't remember, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't remember in my lifetime us voting on a proposition for the nation. Maybe you can institute something like that to give us some sort of control, but I don't know. It's funny when you're in these indoctrination camps they call schools, they make it seem like the government system works. They really do a good job of making it seem like the shit actually works and that it actually makes sense. But when it's in practice, it's just a corrupt nightmare. Nothing more, nothing less. Maybe that's just part of the indoctrination. Even the local state politicians bring things up for a vote, they know will pass. Absolutely, yeah. To even get to the people, it still takes those quote-unquote representatives to get it there, and it's only going to get there if they know it's going to pass. Ruling elites always be doing what they want. Democracy just tries to hide that fact. They put us on the euro here, even though 80% of the people is against it. You're right. Because democracy is not really democracy. They tell you what you want. The things that you actually want, you never get. Most people here think weed should be legal. It's still not legal. Doesn't matter what most people think. Doesn't matter at all. So, putting people on the euro, sheesh. To two wolves and a lamb voting on what to have for dinner. That's hard, Tom. Democracy, two wolves and a lamb voting on what to have for dinner. It ain't gonna be the wolves. Unfortunately. It ain't gonna be the wolves. They're gonna be the ones eating. So even the hardcore commies was against it. Shout out to the commies. Nah, fucking commie. Only good commies kill one. No, I don't give a fuck. I mean, I'm not catering to commies, but if you believe in Karl Marx and all that bullshit, I mean, you're wrong, but you can believe in it. Fuck it. Because again, there is no perfect. There's no perfect way to run it. And I mean, I haven't seen a real. I came across a couple communists doing this channel, but that's they were just talking shit. They don't know what the fuck will happen. That just like all this whole communist thing in the recent years, it's just a bunch of kids talking shit. They ain't about that life. They ain't about that breadline life. Breadline, yeah. They ain't about that being told, what to do. They just think, I don't know. And listen, part of it is how fucked up the economy's been, right? Because even before this, with the student debt and the shitty jobs, that's not new. That didn't happen from 2020. That happened the whole 2000s of people going to school, one being indoctrinated into this communism bullshit by the school. While they're at the school, they rack up thousands and tens of thousands of debt, if not hundreds of thousands of debt, and they get a degree that doesn't give them shit, and they get a $30,000 job. So of course, and they were told to do this by everybody they knew, and thought of as lesser than if they didn't do this. So if that's what you told capitalism is, of course you're gonna think Karl Marx, because look at the debt I'm in. But you're right, most socialists and communists don't really know what it is. It just sounds better. It sounds like I get to live free. Oops, I kick in the shit, not shit down. I get to live free and not have debt. But that's not how it works. Most people on the internet are just talking shit in general, no matter what we're talking about. Underwater basket weaving does it, but underwater welding does. I don't know if I could do that shit. But I have thought about it, man. Like, I want to lose a lot of this weight. And I wouldn't mind having some blue collar skills and being able to do some blue collar shit. I think that skill set is always going to be valuable. Even though I'm older, man, I thought of talk. I've been thinking about HVAC and all this other stuff. But no, actual underwater welding, hell no. No. I've seen how they work. No. Yeah, I've seen that shit look dangerous as fuck. Underwater welding. Oh my God. Shout out to the people who do that shit. That's like a death trap waiting to happen. Death trap waiting to happen. I don't know how anyone can do that and not. Oh my God, this is frightening. Frightening work. Frightening work underwater. Shout out to Zeus. I don't know if you hear my dog acting like water just got invented 2 seconds ago and just scarfing down water. Speaking of underwater. Oh, Zeus. Yeah, you. I know I'm streaming. Yeah, shout out to Dog Jelani. Leave it to the adrenaline boys, yeah, for doing that underwater shit. That's crazy. But Dog Jelani, I gotta take him to the vet. I don't know if it's allergies or whatever, but he's been itching, and everything I try hasn't worked, so it's time to go to the vet. I got some financial stuff, man, that has me down. I ain't even gonna lie, because I gotta get this car fixed. Gotta somehow keep paying these fucking bills, and then I gotta get the other dog to the. And then I wanted to get my hair braided, but that ain't gonna happen no time soon. It's just stuff. There's always something. That's life, though. That's life. It's always gonna be something. You'd rather it be something than nothing, because nothing, that means it's close to the end. But yeah, I definitely, I don't want to do that necessarily something that crazy. But I wish I could have some blue collar skills. Maybe mainly like blue collar business. Like, okay, I could do pressure washing or something like that. Or, what'd you say that YouTube censored? I know YouTube will censor weird shit from time to time. But yeah, that's definitely one reason I want to get in better shape. And it's taking there. Like I said, this whole stream, I went to the gym earlier. It's part of the reason this stream is happening now. Venom is hosting instead of my icon and the little red thing going up, or a game. Yeah, YouTube is stupid and lame. They censor a lot of stuff. They censor these streams. Apparently, if you're not over 1,000 subs, they limit how many people will watch your stream. Even though these type of streams can get people over 1,000, so I'm watching it. That's part of the shit reason I do these streams, because I keep doom scrolling and finding streamers who are blowing up off of these vertical streams. And I think it's goofy when I did the vertical horizontal at the same time, but doing these is cool. Granted, the timing is not that great, but I don't know. They censor everything, man. It's a weird platform. Unfortunately, it's a very mainstream platform, and honestly, it's the one I use the most myself as a viewer. But it is what it is. I don't know. What were you trying to say? Can you reword it? Yeah, thank you anybody who joins, because we have gotten a few subs. Sometimes they may take one away or whatever, but shout out to the people who do a sub to this stream. Please do. Please do. Maybe I need to do more to set it up so there's more stuff on the screen. I don't know. You still can't see it. What the fuck? Nope. Damn. I got it on all messages too. I cannot see it. Can it there? Community moderation. What does this do? On delay. There should be no block words. Oh yeah, I don't have any block words. But YouTube does. That's crazy. Crazy stuff. Real crazy stuff. It's gotta be like 6 a.m. locally. Is the sun out yet? No. Looks like it's getting there. Appreciate all y'all joining. I guess this is more of a morning stream than a late night stream. It's so early. Early morning show. Even though I am starting to fade a little bit, I'm still streaming for a little bit. What do we talk about? What do you want to talk about? Let me see. Let's put it like this. All the systems that came out of the alignment end up in the same place. A managerial technocratic nightmare. That's crazy that you can't even say whatever the fuck you're trying to say. Just show. Well, we all know if you can't criticize it, it means it's in control. And I'm guessing because maybe it had something to do with the funny mustache man in the 30s, as people have called him, Blitler, and his group of comrades did not see that coming. For some reason, they don't know, even though a lot of stuff, is linked to their commie fash live. Damn. That's crazy. Smash the fash, but that's crazy. Crazy. Isn't that weird that they don't realize that how fascist they are? I mean, I know that's, it's not 2020 anymore. It's not as relevant. They were screaming smash the fash while being mega fascist. I mean, I know people have talked about it, but it's just like, that was a whole thing. Oh, 2020, we all went through that. What a time to be alive. That was a real thing. That really happened. Hypocrites will go to hypocrite. Yeah, they're going to be hypocrites. Absolutely right. And people project shit, you know what I mean? Talking about smash the fash. And clueless to their own fascism. Absolutely clueless. Granted, a lot of those people were hired. Let's keep it about. A lot of these people we saw, whether we're talking about some of the talking heads that existed, or we're talking about some of the boots on the ground who was doing all the crazy shit. They were hired and they were paid for. I mean, we've seen U-Haul, whether it's U-Haul trucks, whether it's Whisper Networks, whatever. It was a huge coordinated movement. Looks like Schmoros was the point man of it, or at least he's alleged and blamed to be. Fair enough. Communism versus capitalism dialectic is false. Ends it all ends up in the same place. I agree. I agree. If there, I agree with that because there's problems with both. Obviously, we're seeing America's really seeing why capitalism isn't something to be worshipped. Doesn't mean communism is the answer to that, but man, putting capitalism everywhere, putting capitalism in the medical system and in the food system. Screw everything else when we talk about corruption, political, everything. When they put capitalism in charge of people's health, that's why we so fat as a country. That's why we're so sick as a country. And there's no way going back, and so mentally ill on top of everything else, socially with this technology. But does it matter if the state or the corpo is managing you? All in all, not really. Capitalism gives you that hope, though. The hope that maybe one day you too can work out of it. That hope. And I think that there's something to be said about that, even if it's fairly false and fairly unrealistic and idealistic. And they say that a lot of Americans, well, a lot of corporations do whatever just for the hope of potentially being. They'll allow rich people to do whatever for the hope of potentially being one of them. There's something to that criticism. Now the kids right now, oh no, there's no hope because we're in late, as they say, late stage capitalism. I mean, that's why they all want to be streamers so they can hopefully blow up. And shit, I want to be a streamer. Shit, what we doing now? That's the idea, is to hopefully blow up and not be broke anymore. So that I'm not trying to putting capitalism everywhere fucked up everything and making the capitalistic spirit of you have to profit. The idea behind every company, eventually quality has to go down because in order to profit, I have to get something for a certain price and sell it for a higher price, regardless of what the resource is. So eventually quality goes down across the board because we're all trying to make the best, the cheapest product and make the most money. And then that medical, like I said, the medical shit, we sacrificed our own health and our own longevity for some dollars now. We've sacrificed our own ability to still be a society for some money now. I mean, whether it's and it really just state or maybe not the state officially, but the powers that be are always going to be the powers that be. You're correct. You're correct. And communism has disadvantages, right? In certain areas where it's communist, a lot of them are able to get education for a lot cheaper and medical stuff for a lot cheaper. That's huge. That's huge, man. Because I think putting capitalism in those spaces, that's why you think these kids, as I was just talking about, these kids are paying $100,000 in debt, $200,000 in debt for an underwater basket weaving degree. That shouldn't even be allowed. Shit shouldn't even be allowed, but there's no one stopping it. And we just got used to it. And then we blame them. We victim blame. It's like, no, they should have never been able to put themselves in debt at 18. That was predatory. We allowed these colleges and these banks to be predatory on generations of us, and we haven't said anything about it. No, you're right. An 18-year-old who has 18 years of experience on this earth probably shouldn't have signed up for hundreds of thousands of debt for a gender studies degree. You're correct. But they shouldn't have been allowed to because no other generation had been allowed to because the debt wasn't that high. You should not be charging hundreds of thousands of dollars for a gender studies degree. And the money didn't go through the teachers. And I mean, some facilities got upgraded, but for the most part, it went to the administrators and other powers to be at these colleges. Even when these colleges were state funded, they were allowed to charge these exorbitant amounts just for people to go there. Amounts that didn't charge 80s, even relative to inflation. You look relative to inflation, it's still colleges prices still went up crazy. So no, I'm just talking to both sides of your point. I'm just talking. I gotta rap. and ramble. Don't see corporations as capitalist, corporation versus government is private tyrants versus public tyrants. That's very true, especially at this point. That's the point all ends up in managerial misery. Only difference, one controlled by the state, one controlled by the corporations. Yeah, you're not wrong. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just talking it out. I'm just talking it out. There's no, there's no way around it, unfortunately. There's no such thing as a free lunch. There's no way around it. The powers that be will be, unfortunately. Power always trying to consolidate. Yeah, that too. That consolidation always sucks. Shit, look at the consolidation of entertainment companies. It's only like 5 or 6 real entertainment corporations. And thus, most entertainment sucks because there's only so many people making it. Instead of having like a bunch of independent companies. Same with video games. It's best when there's a bunch of independent companies. And at least with video games, they can still exist as that. There's a lot of indie games and shit like that. So capitalism has existed in the U.S. since before the 1900s, at least before the damn Fed. Power always trying to consolidate and expand. Yeah. Sorry for the chair noise. Damn Fed. What bullshit. Look what they did to the money, because that's the biggest thing. We talking about inflation. All the money's debased. All money's backed by nothing. It's not backed by gold. It's not backed by silver. It's not backed by any tangible thing. And it can be printed up by central banks at any time. And, the strength of it is based upon a bunch of arbitrary metrics. And the actual strength of it against, for the powers that be, you know what I mean? You spend all your time saving this money. And by the time you get it out, it's not worth as much as you had. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't buy what it buys. You know what I mean? If you saved $100,000 over the past 10 years, $100,000, I mean, it's still a good portion of money. I love $100,000, make no mistake. But it ain't going to do for you what it would have did 10 years ago. And Federal Reserve, one of the most evil concepts on earth. Because essentially we trade our time and our resources and our lives and our spirits for money for the purposes of living and maybe obtaining some products that we like, essentially. And what they did is debase the core of that. So now you can be spending your time making money that don't even matter. And that's what's happened. And we're seeing, I used to talk about, okay, when our dollar starts in Zimbabwe, well, we're starting to see that now. That's why everything's so expensive. And of course, wages are not going to go up to compensate that. So, going back to Sister Dillon's point, these kids look hopeful? Of course not. Not now. No hope, Ain't no hope in the heart of the city. A lot of these kids are not, that's why I feel for these Zoomers. I feel for the Zoomers. And then what are the old folks? Well, go get a job. Oh, my goodness. And listen, I have a job. I would say having some little money coming in is better than nothing. But, and I'm not telling you not to get a job, right? I think, having a job is better than nothing. But I would say, more importantly, focus on the things that are going to help you out long term. Focus on that first, man. If I could raise myself, if I could go back to being 18 and have this knowledge, or have a mentor that had this knowledge, man, I would say, man, focus on your health. Make sure you're in good health and stay in good health. And once you get that right, then focus on some sort of business opportunity, whether it's with music, whether it's with something else, and just put your effort into skill acquisition. Skill acquisition is very important. U.S. at least had a short period of capitalism as a free market. Capitalism was always state-sponsored usury since its beginning in the Netherlands in the 16th, 17th century. No hope and change instead of 10s and 20s. Yeah, you get that in the bud quick, though. Free markets, yeah, it was always state-sponsored usury. So I ain't gonna act like I'm a social studies expert. I say social studies, but I don't know enough about the history of a lot of these systems. I just hear about it like everybody else. There has not been a free market in a while. Unfettered capitalism, as they say. And I mean, there's been a state connection to it for a while, especially when you consider a lot of these regulatory bodies, at least in the United States, and I'm sure it's like that for most countries, unfortunately. But the regulatory bodies are made up from corporate interest employees or ex-corporate interest employees for the purposes of being a quote unquote official. But the FDA is made up by people who worked or probably still do for Pfizer and some, allegedly don't Boeing me. That can happen. You say too much about the wrong corporation, you just disappear, and that's it. But the FDA, any regulatory organization, SEC is going to be made up of people who work for Bank of America, Merrill Lynch, and JP Chase, Morgan Chase. Whatever organization that is made up by the people supposed to govern. And so that means businesses, it basically means the rich get richer. It's the reason why big corporations went out, especially when you lock everything down and make sure small businesses die out. It's true the assholes making the regs work for the industry they work for. Yeah, it's a good old boy network. Absolutely. Absolutely. And yeah, there's been a lot of consolidation. I mean, you would like to think that the internet provides this kind of wide open space, and it does in theory. But then you look, and there's only so many platforms that you can use to get your message or business out there, and you know what I mean. So it's still you're still adhering to a certain rule set, even with that. And then what are you doing on the internet? What's your business? If it's content creation, then you're selling yourself for views. If it is a product, okay, bet money. Well, how are you getting that product produced? You're probably using a supplier somewhere, mainly probably not in America, more than likely, probably in China, just getting something shipped over and basically being a drop shipper for a product. That's what most companies are, basically drop shipping companies. Either they're handling their fulfillment or Amazon's handling the fulfillment. So then it's like, I mean, it's not rocket science. People, for the longest they were doing it with Alibaba, and I wanted to get in on that, but when I found it was probably too late. And I couldn't even get in touch with the suppliers anyway, shit. But, yeah, I don't know. Now I'm really rambling. The world sucks. What do you do? Life's the bitch that you die, like AZ and Nas said. Unfortunately. Thank you for the likes. I haven't asked for them because I know they don't matter that much, but I appreciate them nonetheless. It matters to me. It matters to me. So yeah. So I'm interested in seeing what time it is. Let me see. Sorry for that noise. Just trying to see what time. Actually, I don't know if this clock is gonna be right. Show 6:37 around this time. That sound right to you guys? It seems right. Probably go to 7. Time is a freckle past the hair. Probably go another 20 minutes and then we'll get out of here. Unless subject and people come in and shit like that. But thank you for watching and being here for this live stream. And sorry about the times changing. I wanted to make my times for streaming a much more convenient hour, like 8 or 9. But instead it ends up like a morning show because of my weird sleep schedule. But thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Oh, man, damn. Very good. Ain't no worry. Was checking up on my. All right, shout out to yo. You can't even say you need to ban user. Well, stop being so anti-Semitic, since you did though. As you would tell me, you bigot. Stop being such a bigot. No, I'm only halfway joking. That might be why. That was your first thought too. Yeah, man. It's a coincidence, man. Stop being so big at it. It is a coincidence. That's crazy. That's crazy. Papa Cotton be getting this stuff censored too. I mean, obviously, this algo has no love for Papa Cotton at all. I gotta get more marijuana out. Prepping for the last few bowls of this stream. Catholics had it. Muslims still do. Sheesh. I hope I didn't hurt my back doing hack squats. Like there's a team. Like, my back doesn't hurt, but I feel something. Usury band. I'm talking about usury band. I mean, let's see. The fuck is a hack squat? What is a hack squat? A hack squat is this weird machine that's supposed to simulate a squat, and it's like the original hack squat was somebody holding the weights behind them, like this guy named George Hackenschmidt back in the day, and it's totally different from what the machine does. But it's basically simulating a squat. It's basically a version of a squat, except you're like diagonal. So it's kind of like a cross between a squat and a leg press, but it's a machine. I could show a video of it, but and it's really for your legs. But your torso still is involved, and I don't know why my mid back feels weird after. I didn't go that heavy though. I mean, this was actually a pretty light workout, and all my workouts are fairly quick. I'm not in the gym for no long time. I'm really just trying to get one crazy set. I just show. I have to look it up. Yeah, it's true. This is the internet age, right? But I'm trying to do one good set of each exercise. That's it. I usually do a warm up set and then go till I can't go no more with a certain weight. But that's not always a super heavy weight. You know what I'm saying? I mean, my legs are going to be the strongest part, especially holding my big ass up for all this time. I could lift a lot more than I did today. But I'm still getting back into shape. That's still going to be a thing. And then I ain't 20 no more, man. When I was in my 20s, I could just, when you were in your 20s, you could do, and speaking of swimming, I found the place. My brother actually found the place and told me about a place that got a pool that's free. So I will be going to swim. I will be going to swim. That'll help with my joint pain too. So we will eventually have at least swimming once a week is going to be a thing. So yeah, my body will thank me. So yeah, that's on that. Maybe even this week. Actually, I gotta get some swimming trunks. I've been meaning to go on the Zon and look that up. I'm just swimming in a shirt because I'm a fat whale, but I don't give a fuck. Okay, you know what that is? Didn't know what it's called? Yeah, it's called a hack squat. If you go into the gym, you might have seen those machines. It's like I said, it's a squat. The original hack squat was different. He held the bar behind his back and then did the squats. But that's not what you do. You hold the little handles. But that's up near your shoulder instead of, he used to hold it, the original guy, George Hackenschmidt, used to hold the bar behind his back on near his butt, as opposed to where the normal squat is you hold it by your shoulders, which this was kind of close to that actual machine. So you use one. Yeah, it's good for your legs. I only put 2 plates on each side. I mean, I could put 4 or 5 easily if I wanted to be crazy, but I just wanted to get back into doing it. And foot position matters on that, because if you have your feet too low, depends on how tall you are. I gotta have my feet kind of high to do it. If they're too low, it's not gonna work. So that's the thing. But it felt. I mean, I didn't feel much pain, but I definitely felt my back get hit a little bit. And I did. All I did after that was leg press. I only did 2 machines. I warmed up. I tried to do calves. I don't need no calf development, to be honest, because of walking and just being fat. Being fat walking gives me calf development, legitimately. But I actually went in Crocs to the gym, and then took the Crocs off. I worked out in socks. Here we go with this, since you dildo. You deserve to get timed out. I'm trying to work out and get in shape. But no, we will be swimming. We'll be swimming once a week. And I got to figure a way to record one of these to prove it, to put it on the channel. I'm not going to take my phone in the water. Hey, Courtney. Crocs and socks. I work out. I like working out, and especially for a leg day. I like working out in socks, but I realize I'd probably need shoes to do the calf raises. But I appreciate Courtney showing up to the chat. Good morning. The morning stream, because I have a crazy sleep schedule. Your mom wear Crocs and socks. I have 180 on Crocs, man. Yo, I ain't gonna embarrass myself like that. I like Crocs. I only got 2 pair. Even though the price that went up, man, I paid like 10 for one pair because they're not official Crocs, and then like 20 for another pair. Not because of these hipsters. And I get it, everybody's broke, so that's another reason a lot of these cheap brands have gotten blown up. People are broke, so they end up buying a lot of this cheap shit, and then that cheap shit blows up. Court, I am your mother, Vish. I did not say that. Word to your mother, but shout out to Baba Courtney, but yeah, I become a Crocs fan. But they also got overpriced and overhyped. I ain't paying $50 for no Crocs. The fuck? It's a piece of plastic. But I'll be walking. That's probably another reason. I want to get barefoot shoes, and I will eventually. That's supposed to be better and shit. But I'll be walking in Crocs. I do everything in Crocs, honestly, at this point. I do have a pair of running shoes. I want to get a pair of barefoot running shoes. A brother from another mother. There you go. It's supposed to be good. Feet health and all this other stuff. Barefoot shoes, stanky. I don't know how they work. But they have there's these different, and I say barefoot shoes, it's like these, yeah, y'all know what they are. It's just Courtney, know what they are. They have shoes with some have the toes, spaces for the toes, and then it's like there's maybe minimalist shoes. I shouldn't call them barefoot shoes, but minimalist shoes. I'm using that 'cause I think Barefoot was a brand, but these minimalist shoes, they're the toe shoes. Yeah, the toe shoes. There's some variations without the toe, but that's the concept. Yeah, the idea is it's supposed to feel like you're running barefoot. It's minimalist. They do look weird because the toe. I don't want to get the toe version though. They got them without the toe imprints because that looks kind of. I'm gonna be honest. If I had the soundboard, I would hit the. It's kind of gay because honestly the toe things got. But they got wide foot ones, but they still have the same lack of sole, and it's supposed to make your feet stronger and therefore make your posture better. But there's an adjustment period. That toe shit look weird, yeah. But it's supposed to be better for you. But then again, I don't know if they support. I'm not. I just hear what they tell me on the internet. I just watch Anthony, what's his name, Andrew Huberman, and motherfuckers like that, like everybody else. There's a mall store called Barefoot Shoes that's different. At the store, they mold your feet for the right shoe. How much is that, though? I bet you that shit hit. Speaking of Andrew Huberman, isn't it weird he wears the same clothes every day? That's weird when somebody has a costume. And I say that as a man who wears a mask. It's just strange. Like, why? Same with Jordan Peterson. He wears those wild suits now. That's his gimmick. Like, why do you wear the same? You're like Doug Funny. Like, what the fuck is going on? Sorry, my lighter fell. I mean, but I wonder if does that really matter, or is that just overhyped? All that foot shit. There's a whole thing about that. I wear shoes that are approved by the Podiatry Association. They have cool women brands now. Pearson has gone full spastic cringe. Yeah, man, I think because then he had like a pill addiction. That whole process messed with him. Andrew Huberman used to be a skater dude? I did not know that. I know him, post Rogan. He wears the same little black shirts with the same haircut every day. You used to watch him a lot. I did not know he was a skater. Is it the same Andrew Huberman? That's crazy. That's crazy. I just see him in his little black shirts talking shit. Right shoes can help back issues. Well, I need all the help I can get. I don't know. And actually, the video I saw wasn't even him. I forgot the guy's name. It's a brother. It's a brother who looks like he's in fucking incredible shape. I don't know if he's natty or not, but I forgot his name. He has like I want to say, I don't know if it's an African or Asian name. I don't know what's going on. But he has talked about it too. Okay, I thought I might have seen it. But the video that really I can't think of his name. It's Nasama or something like that. He's a brother. He's either short haircut or bald, and he talks about different health things. He had a whole thing about toes and feet and shoes too, and so that's what made me want to get like some barefoot shoes at some point. And once I'm not ready to run now, and Lord knows I've been done a great job at not being slow enough in my little health journey and doing things too fast and getting hurt. But at some point, I do want to get into running. But we're gonna get into swimming and get back into basketball because the place got a basketball court. I need to get a cheaper basketball though, because this one's actually cost like I actually paid $70 for a basketball a few years ago, and it's still in good shape. But I don't want to use that and lose that one, so I gotta get like a good $20-$30 one, so I can go to these courts. So yeah, I'm gonna be doing more stuff. Oh, no, I ain't gonna do ultra marathon. Ultra marathons. Wasatch 100. Watch out. I don't know what that is. And then the link. I can't really click links on each type of stream. If I grab my iPad, which I've been lazy to do, could people overcomplicate everything. Do stand out. There's definitely that. Do cardio, eat healthy, you'll be fine. I say do some sort of resistance, rather at least calisthenics too. Because part of doing this research, did y'all know, motherfucking not calf, thigh and quad strength 100-mile race. Brother used to run those. That's crazy. I couldn't do 100 miles. Shit, bodyweight squats, push-ups, and crunches. Just those three. You'll be right. You know what I mean? If you could do those, maybe do some planks or something like that. And, you could add more if you want. But just hitting those three at a high rep, you'll be cool. I know because I did it in the past, but I used to doing that and weights. You know what I mean? I kind of want to get back to that point where I was doing I forget, I think I was trying to do 100 of each a day. 100 body weight. And some of the simple that isn't that the One Punch Man workout too? Well, 100 push-ups, 100 body weight squats, 100 ab crunch or something like that. Gyms. I'm going to the gym. I do like lifting weight. I ain't gonna lie. There is something addicting to lifting weight, bro. I couldn't tell you what it is. It's the sense of accomplishment. To lift a weight, especially because I'm not a hardcore guy into weightlifting, and they're all into that gay shit. Not saying it's gay, but just to get any weight moved, I'd be feeling like, man, I accomplished something. And it's I don't know if it's artificial, maybe it is a genuine thing. And granted, are these movement patterns helpful functionally? Well, you can mix some in. I mean, a lot of gyms also got functional stuff too. But I mean, yeah, some people do get that bodybuilder look where it's like you don't look like you can actually function athletically. Like you look at Bradley Martin, the dude who always talking shit, like he can fight. You don't look flexible enough to fight. You look like you would tear. You look like if you got into a fight, you would tear every tendon and muscle in your body. You can't, you know what I mean? It's different than you look at him or Michael Jai White who kind of flows. That's true too. When you almost 400, and that's why I've been trying to do more bodyweight squats. You lifting enough. Just walking is like lifting. I'm rucking naturally. You know what I'm saying? But I still like that's part of the thing. So part of the gimmick of why I want to lift weights now is ideally I will get strong enough and be stronger than I would have been at a smaller weight and build up the muscle, but then maintain as much as that strength and muscle once I really, really start cutting. Like the next 50 pounds, I'll still be able to lift higher amounts of weight and still lose the next like 50, 60 pounds. But at a certain point, I'm going to have to cut and at bare minimum maintain and not move up a weight. And I want to be lifting the most amount of weight when I hit that point and have the most, more importantly, because I don't really care about weight moved, I care about muscle built. I want to have built the most amount of muscle at that point. So then it's easier to cut. Part of the reason of building muscle is muscle burns fat. You don't actually replace, people say I'll turn this fat into muscle. It doesn't quite happen like that. But when you have more muscle, your metabolism goes up because you have to burn more calories just to maintain the muscle. So there is, and then of course, push-ups is king. I know this motherfuckers. I mean, we see these, a lot of talk about these prison dudes, and I've seen some of these prison fitness dudes. They're fucking crazy. And it's just push-up variations and burpees. That's pretty much it. Or like jumping push-ups and all these crazy shit. If you can do push-ups, man, you can get a lot, or pull-ups. Or hit pull-ups. You can do that's another one. Push-ups, pull-ups. You can get calisthenics is good. Calisthenics are good. I don't want to shit on calisthenics. There's some really weird shit in the fitness community. I don't know if anyone's ever, and I know it's supposed to be toward the end of this stream. We'll go a little bit. I don't know if anyone's ever looked into YouTube fitness or internet fitness. It's a weird place, man. I'm just trying to, get healthier. There are some people who are really like crazy about it, man. I don't even know how to explain it. It's something you have to experience. It's something you have to experience. And thanks for that article and clip of who you meant. I'll probably just look it up. And actually, let's see the article. Jinko Mag. All right, I'll look it up later. Thank you, Courtney. But the fitness community on the internet is a strange place. It's filled with these weird, there's so many different weird subsections. I talk enough about the girls showing their ass. There's that. So your dad's 73 can do all those crazy push-ups. The take thing, bro. All these different takes. Like you said, overcomplicating shit that is so fucking simple, man. There's too many people who have they've turned this shit into a cult. Because you know what it is? Because fitness is all some of these people do, quote unquote fitness. Because a lot of these motherfuckers is less healthy than the fat fucks that you see at Burger King and shit. A lot of these people that put so much fucking chemicals in their body, got so much work done, they're fucking ready to die. And that's why they drop. A lot of these guys drop. But even amongst the, you know what I mean? That is a fitness, not good for him, man. Him having him doing that is going to keeps longevity. Fucking leg strength is a huge indicator of longevity because it keeps balance. And doing those crazy push-ups will hit the whole body, especially if you start doing those jumping ones. Yeah, cardio, good food. We're working on that one. I gotta get back to, man. It's funny. Speaking of that, it's sort of related. My dishwasher's broke, so I gotta first off hand wash all these damn dishes, and then I gotta somehow get them to fix it. But that's important because if you're gonna be cooking, you're gonna need these dishes to be clean. At one point there was a point where I did not eat fast food, like a couple years, didn't eat sugar, had mainly just drink water or had Arizona iced tea. That was only half and half. That was the only sweet thing I would drink. Sometimes lemonade, something like that. But no more pop, no more candy, no more fast food except for an occasion. and would mainly just cook for myself, like just chicken breast and chicken, and make like chicken like pan, kind of just in a pan in some oil. I don't know if it's even pan fried, but just doing that with chicken, and that was it. Different seasoning, and that was it. Cause I try, not necessarily being a quote unquote bodybuilder, because that can get, you talking about something that can get gay, get real gay real fast. Shout out to apple pie. Sugar is so hard to cut because they put it in everything. But if you can cut, like if I can cut pop off, that's gonna be tough, but I can cut pop off, that can be good. It's American, it's apple pie. But I mean, I kind of was, trying to be somewhat of a bodybuilder, at least looked into some of the theory behind it. And I guess I still am, you know what I mean? Sugar addict, but no, it's no sugar addict. Clever, clever. I sort of am. Because I'm not trying to be a power lifter. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get stronger, but I'm not trying to just get stronger arbitrarily. And listen, when I get older, I am going to add in calisthenics in this. I'm gradually adding things in. Trying to get to one thing I've been trying to focus on is actually bodyweight squats. Because as Cincia Ditto said, being a big motherfucker, a big back motherfucker, you do a bodyweight squat at my weight, it's a squat. It's a real squat, bro. Seriously. But I can get them done. Having that function is important. That's why calisthenics is important. Having that function, because man, I hate whenever I have a leg injury. I'm feeling I got a text. I'll check that later. I hate like when I can't really walk and I can't move. It's actually scary, man. It's actually scary business. To anyone who's ever dealt with like a serious leg injury, so the pie is sweet enough from the baked apples. Yeah, you don't need to add sugar to. I mean, people do obviously. Yeah, there's a lot of sweet. Shout out to apples. I be eating that. That's one fruit I do eat quite a bit. Apples and bananas. No diddy. I do try to eat some fruit. This is the only little live food I eat. I still eat too much processed food. I get off this processed food. So, but I mean, you can't do it all at once. And, I'm still just trying to at least intermittent fast have some control over this shit. You're just starting out, you should avoid that shit because it can hurt you. Yeah, it's more important to develop a routine than it is to lift a lot. Well, I'm not doing the gym that every day. I'm only going 3 times a week, and I'm not there for that long. I mean, listen, I'm still balancing it out. I'm still balancing it out. We'll see. We'll see. I'll give this a couple months, and if I feel like what, I keep getting hurt, I'm just have to wait on this shit or not do it at all. Then that's why it is. But I'm willing to give it at least a try. Because, like I said, muscle burns fat, so that can help kind of make this process a little more efficient to build some muscle. Especially if I can build. They say it's fairly easy to build your old muscle back. If I build my old muscle back, then it'd be a lot easier to burn off this fat. But honestly, the best thing so far has just been walking. Walking and intermittent fasting and eating more fruit has done the best as far as weight loss and having just a health impact, even outside of necessarily weight loss, just feeling better. Yeah, eating good quality food also loses fat. Yeah, everything's made in the kitchen. Everything is made in the kitchen. Which is why one thing I've been meaning to do is learn to cook. If I cook for myself, I can avoid a lot of shit. I mean, I do just make like simple shit I can bake, like pizza rolls and shit, but I ain't good. You know what I'm saying? It's just more processed junk. It's just another form of process. I can heat up some processed junk in the oven, but I can't cook. So I gotta learn to cook to some extent. They say if you can eat your own cooking, you can cook. So I gotta get back to that. So that's a process too. I don't know why this become health. This will become a little bit more health oriented as I go through this process, man. I gotta get this fucking weight off of me. I mean, it's taking its time. I'm still scared to weigh myself, but because I've been making some progress, I don't want to fuck it up. Like, oh, I'll weigh myself, and then I gave up. And then, no, I don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. Shit, we might as well make it to the 3 hour mark. So we got another 15 minutes. I know I said I would end it right now. But we'll go another 15 minutes. I can at least say I did 3 hours of streaming. Appreciate y'all watching. Maybe I'll do something tonight. Maybe I'll get a video about something. What type of videos do y'all want to see? I never asked that. I never asked you people. What do y'all want to see as far as videos done? Especially, the people who watch these streams, like Essential Dildo, Forbidden Ruin, even Courtney, Richard. I don't know who's here. I don't know if Tom's here. Tom's another one. A lot of you people who frequent these streams. What type of videos do y'all want? I did see that. And that goes back to the American, going back to the FDA. Dana said he went to Italy, ate like a maniac, and still lost 5 pounds. The quality of ingredients means a lot. There's so many chemicals in our food, man. There's so many chemicals in the American food. That's why people keep saying calories in, calories out. That works if they're not putting fucking pesticides and all this other crazy shit in your food. If they're putting that shit in your food, you're being poisoned, bro. Like, fuck you. You're being poisoned. And sometimes that's legitimately, you're being poisoned and retaining water to protect you from poison. Legitimately. Because it's beyond quality ingredients. They're poisoning you. What am I up for? Well, it's like 7 in the morning, Mr. Grant Gregory. Yeah, but I appreciate you being here. Why have I been up this whole time? Because I have a jacked up sleep schedule, as this says. I'm very lucky your genes, an overactive thyroid, eating a pint of ice cream is like nothing. It's bad, but you don't gain weight. Grant! Yeah, I saw that video with Dana White talking about, we talk about diet and food and exercise. I'm in this process trying to lose weight. Yeah, I saw that about Dana White saying he went to Italy, said fuck it, he wasn't gonna worry about his diet, ate crazy and lost 5 pounds. I believe it. Because they put all sorts of shit. It's not that we got people from other countries, not just Croatia, but Australia. There is stuff in our food that you can use the same product. It's not gonna be in either of y'all countries' food. They put all these different preservatives and chemicals and things to make it cheap, and cheese like product and food like product, and they're feeding us chemicals. I mean, we're worried about them feeding us bugs, and rightfully so, but we've been fed pure chemical garbage. We've been fed chemical X for decades. We're not eating real food. I could get members now. I could do members now. Yeah, I do not have a snow bunny. People think you look good for 46, you need to get back to eating lower inflammatory foods with your vasculitis. I'm not familiar with vasculitis, but I gotta eat lower inflammatory foods as well. I used to juice, and I think I need to get a juicer. And I can do members now, but I don't know I can't even get regular content out. For a while, I was doing regular videos, and I said, I could probably do them early enough for members to have early access. That was the only thing I could think of. But I got to get back to doing videos. I kind of got out I don't know what I want to talk about. I can do these streams, and we can talk about a bunch of things. But as far as what is the content, what is the... I'm sorry to hear that. You said you're poisoned by low-dose chemo meds forever. I'm sorry, Courtney. That sucks. CBD is great for anti-inflammatory and inflammation. Shout out to Mirhan. Next time you go live, enable members, I'll gift you a few. Okay. But I still want to make content, even though I appreciate that. I still want to make content that's worthy of membership. You know what I mean? I do appreciate that, man. That's more impetus to get something done, get more content out there. Because that's what I was going to do. I was going to have just a 99-cent or $1 thing and just put out content early. I'm aware I eat edibles or one-to-one edibles. What's up? Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Cause I mean, we are monetized technically. You can do super chats and all that, and there's the option for members, but I haven't had no content. I'm like, want to offer members something, but I just got to get on it and just start back making content. I don't know what to talk about. I mean, I could. There's been plenty of stories. Obviously, the Trump thing and fallout. I can talk about stuff like that, but it's like I don't know, man. I do. I wish I had a simpler, or just had a streamline of what to do as far as my content. That's the problem with trying to be like whatever, or trying to do everything, or having no genre. It's like, well, okay, then what do you do? You know, what do you lean on? You know, I guess I could have made some boxing videos too. There's some fight stuff that's happened. Tardy Oswald right the way. I guess I should make a Trump video, right? I mean, it's been the biggest story. It's out of the. I probably missed the algo element of it, but I could just make a video of my thoughts on it. But very random. I had the Vigilante Williamson show, and then I do the VW Casual. Very random. That's not my. That's silly though. But yeah, I could talk about the Trump Tardy Oswald, but you know what? Haven't even done a ton of research, so that's part of the reason I ain't talked about that. Now I'm gonna talk about it when everybody watching this shit know more about it than me. Yeah, I love retardy Oswald. That's crazy. Very random. Retardy Oswald. That's crazy. I mean, he looks so. I just know where I buy it. This is long gummy. I appreciate it, but I don't think I'm gonna ride with it. I appreciate it. I need all the help I can get over that monetization hump. You can't. That's nothing. I can't do member streams. Make shit up, get that engagement. Y'all know I ain't gonna do that shit. I guess you know. What I mean, I was just doing videos on whatever, but like nothing really interests me to talk about. And I get how big the Trump story is. I'm not that interested in the story. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm glad he's alive or whatever, but I don't really care. I could do that. Do member streams, but I'm talking about streams. You know, streams don't gain. I need videos. I need a subject. I need subjects to talk about videos. If you look on my last few videos, it was just random stuff, which I'm cool with. But when I run out of stuff I'm interested in, I'm talking about the chicken. Was it Alabama? Miss Alabama, fat chick. Even though it wasn't officially Miss Alabama. I was talking about Ryan Garcia. I was talking about all this other different shit. Talking about Gilbert Arenas. Talking about Caitlin Clark. Just different subjects. But then it's like some of those subjects have legs to the story. I could make another Caitlin Clark video, but I could make another video on this. Could make a video on Trump. But I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just me. I don't know if it's me being like whatever, because I did want to take a break for a reason. But it's like none of those videos, all the ideas I have for videos don't interest me. A lot of times when I make a video, it's like, oh man, I really want to talk about this subject. There's nothing I really want to talk about. And I don't know if that's just me being more focused on my health, where my bandwidth doesn't, I don't have the bandwidth to focus on all this other shit. You know what I mean? Focus, and then with the money shit, it's like maybe that's part of it. I have too much shit going on in my regular life. It's like I don't have the focus to care about what's the acolyte. Like fuck the acolyte. That's bizarre. He said people are mispronouncing words on purpose just to get people to correct them in the comments, engagement farming and shit. That's crazy. That's not shocking though. I mean, shit, we're post NPC. Do they still have those, the NPCs on TikTok? And shit, people still do a lot of content on TikTok. But yeah, I mean, but here's the thing. Y'all can talk to me. No, I guess come on and talk to me. I mean, like hop on the streams. So I haven't been using, what's that shit called? StreamYard in a while. I can maybe try that. I don't want to have to pay for StreamYard, so I don't know how many people. Do music talk, but I don't have my ear to the street. Like, you know what I mean? If I had to do music talk, I would have to know all the stuff going on with new artists. Now, you could do retrospective talk. You just said Life in the 90s. Retrospective talk works. I've never done an album review or nothing. Healthy Foods. Well, I got to learn about them first. Shit. Healthy Food. I could talk some healing talk. I don't know. I mean, one thing, there's different little pieces of content I could have done. Like I could have done inventory on my action figures. That's a video I could do, a studio tour. Those are two videos I have in my back pocket I haven't done. I can do that. I was going to say that too, but it's a female. So I'm like, well, I guess I can't call it gay in this situation. Healing talk. But I mean, listen, there are health-oriented YouTubers. And then there's, the guy Obese to Beast. I think he's still around. People talk about their weight loss. Hey, listeners. Appreciate you being here. Good morning. Top of the morning. Top of the morning, anybody watching this stream. This is the stream that never ends because it goes on and on, my friend. I think it was supposed to end an hour ago. What's this talk? Sound like streaming. I definitely like streaming. And listen, I definitely ain't got streaming down pat. But I can stream. I just streamed 2 hours, 3 hours. There was no subject in my mind. I was just gonna ramble, and between me and you, being the chat, we was gonna figure this shit out. And that's what happens. 3 hours I can stream. But when it comes to content and making more videos in order to get more people into these streams, I don't know what to do. I'm sorry you're in sleep. But hell, this stream exists right now. You guys, I think she was talking about sleeping. Maybe she wasn't. I don't know. But the reason this stream is even happening now is because of my jacked up sleep schedule where I sleep. I go to work or get out for work, and then I sleep for like 4 or 5 hours, maybe 6. And then I'm up in the middle of the night. I went to sleep at like 8, and then I wake up at like 2 or like 1:30. And then I'm up until now, or sometimes I'll crash out for a couple hours. So I got this jacked up sleep schedule, hence why these streams are even happening. Yeah, I thought you would be asleep. Haven't slept, and I'm going to some hip hop show later. They're going to sleep at some point. Just going out, that's another thing, man. I don't go out at all. Honestly, between me and you, not to act like a bitch, but I hate being fat. And going out at being this big sucks. I don't want to, even though I see people bigger than me, people as big as me, but still. Sage Francis. I'm trying to think if I heard of him. See, this is why I need to make albums. There's so many independent artists. Everybody's making their moves, and that's the thing. I got a couple ideas for some videos. I don't know when the project will come out, but it'll come out this year, and hopefully people will actually hear it. Listless is done with other humans. A lot of humans are. Remember Sage Francis from the back in the day? Okay. So he's so everybody. I never heard. I mean, it sounds somewhat familiar, but I never really heard of him. He's an underground white boy. Shout out to underground music. I hope people can actually hear this album when I put it out, man. Because that's one thing I have been doing. Like some writing, but like really just conceptualizing and putting down and picking the tracks and kind of figuring out what I want to do with them. And probably be 8 or 9 songs. And I feel like I'm listening to the production and listening to these beats. I realized that I accomplished the goal I wanted to accomplish for these beats. And as far as the album itself, I was gonna call it Borrowing Nostalgia. And yeah, I am gonna try to do a Zach stream. I'm gonna try to do as much as I fucking can when the album come out. I'm hoping to God to get it out by fall. But that's I don't have anything. I only have one song written. Well, I got a bunch of hooks. So, but I only got one song completely written. Nothing completely recorded. So but I want to get something out by the end of the year. And I know it takes time because you know what? Even though I hate Spotify, I'm going to just officially release this one because I'm not going to have any other writer. I'm no samples, nothing. I'm just going to do it. I'm still going to push the Bandcamp harder than I push the Spotify, but I'm going to put it on Spotify. I'm just going to officially release it. I'm going to try to figure out which the best distributor to do it. And I'm going to try to push it, I'm going to try to put some marketing behind it. So I will do that. I have family I don't hate. That's enough to keep me from dying from lack of social interaction. Honestly, I'm the same way. If it wasn't for my family, because I don't talk to no humans. I mean, I work from home, thank goodness. But as a result, I don't interact with people on a regular basis in person. I don't talk to people at school because you have to. I get that. Yeah, I don't talk to. I don't even do that. I don't go out of my house. So I live in my house, and so if it wasn't for Brojolani and then even having conversations with fam back home or back home in different places, I should say, I wouldn't have no. And then obviously this weird parasocial thing that we got going on, I wouldn't talk to nobody. That post 2020 isolation though, that post millennial isolation. We're one of the most isolated times. People don't have third places. Courses online, but you have to do projects with them. I see. People don't have third places, but it's either like work, home. Or school. I guess sometimes school would be third place. You need a fourth place, but you know what I mean. Places like bars, coffee shops, and it's funny they exist. There's barcades. There's places that exist. There's places to go out. There's always something to do, at least somewhere here. I don't mean I can't speak for everywhere, but I wanted to find a coffee shop. Man, there was a couple of them in Charlotte. What was the place called? Ameli's or something like that. They had one uptown. They had one. I think one in Pineville, and I used to go to those, and those would be cool. It was a barcade in Noda. There's a barcade. There's a cidercade close to downtown. But honestly, I don't even want to go to downtown Houston. There's cool places in Houston, and just the cool shit to do. A ton of cool shit to do downtown. I've been downtown, but not a bunch, but a few times. Enough. I went record shopping and all that shit, but it's just like, man, I hate going downtown to any downtown. I just rather even uptown Houston. I used to hate that. I used to hate trying to drive, trying to find a parking spot, and all this other shit. I just hate that shit. Me and this other girl though got good marks on the project, so you just keep working together. Okay, no one else fucks us from marks on the group work. Look at you being a good student. Look at you, yeah. So inspirational. What type of course you doing? Just being nosy. Hopefully it's not underwater basket weaving. Hopefully it's something productive. I'm just thinking about. I had one homie who law clerk. Okay, he went back for like a business degree. I wonder what happened with that. It was back in Charlotte. I ain't talked to a lot of those homies back in Charlotte in a minute. That's one thing. I'm very antisocial, man. And then when I move on, I just stop talking to people. But I don't know. I used to think that was weird. It looks like that's the way she's doing a travel agency course. Man, there's travel agency scams out there. There's definitely some travel agency scams out there. I've seen that shit. It's crazy. Travel agency course. I remember travel agents being a big thing back in the day. I guess they still are, using Instagram and shit like that. Or it's still a thing. But travel. I wish I could travel. Wish I had more money. And I make decent money, man. I make decent money. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Inflation has hit. We are in shit. She wants to show Cambodia to Canadians. Oh, yeah. Cambodia. I don't know if I can leave the U.S. I've wanted to. I think I aged out of it. When I was younger, I wanted to live at least part of my life, like for a couple years or so, outside the U.S. I don't know if I would still want to. I mean, I'm seeing living in Japan is apparently not as expensive relatively. You can buy a house for cheaper. It's a lot more available apartments and renting. Now, some of that place may be small, but not all of it. Not all of it. There's some you can get some decent sized places there for similar prices here. But it's like, can I really live in Japan? You know what I mean? Like live. I do want to visit, and I will visit one day. But like live, that's pretty tough. You know what I'm saying? You want to live around your people. The people. Nick. It's just the different cultures, man. You know what I mean? And I mean, you hear, if you do enough research, you get the good and the bad. You know what I'm saying? And then yeah, you're right. You gotta learn the language. Anyone in Japan that is not totally miserable has learned Japanese. You have to. You gotta learn the language. You gotta learn the culture. You kind of gotta become a Japanese person to an extent. I mean, that's just their culture. They force you into it, and it's like I don't think I'm really built like that. You know what I mean? I'm built to visit. I'm not built to stay there. I don't think I'm built to just become a cultural Japanese person off of their lack of approval. And then how do you make money? Oh no, there's no DEI. And good, good for them. You know what I'm saying? And I know there was that rumor joke about them trying to bring people in particular brothers, to help with the population, which they do have a population problem. But I mean, they definitely have a culture, a strong culture, which yeah, you're a gaijin asshole unless you can impress them somehow, and that's just them. Everybody else, you're still gonna be a gaijin. And listen, I'm not faulting them for their culture. That's their culture. But it's like, do you want to go live there, and half of your life is trying to impress a group of people that can't even impress themselves? Impress a group of people that literally kill themselves to impress each other. You know what I'm saying? With the salary man culture and different little cultures they have about work, they kill themselves just to not be considered lazy and shit. You know what I mean? And that that's their business, but it's just like, man, I don't know, man. Actually, I don't even really, you know what I mean, and everything. And I get it, honor and all this other stuff. But it's just like y'all pretty hard on each other, and it's gotten to the point where y'all don't even reproduce and y'all kill yourselves. So like, I don't think y'all got it figured out either. To be frank, to be 1,000%, you know what I'm saying? Nobody does. No group does. And I'm not picking on Japan. Like I said, I still want to visit. But it's like I got to ingratiate into a culture like that. And yeah, you can say that about any culture, right? You can talk shit about America, you can talk shit about Britain, talk shit about Croatia, talk shit about Canada, talk shit about every Dominican Republic. Every place got its problems, and that's how it is because we imperfect humans. But it just still seems like a lot. And that's the one thing, about this whole. I'd rather deal with that than being on disability. I understand that too. Anyway, you can speak the language does make a huge difference. That's true too. This shit sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, Court. I'm sorry to hear that. That sounds like it sucks. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, when I was younger, I wanted to live outside the country just to experience that. But I think I aged out of it. I'll be 40 before I know it. I don't feel like I just want to buy a house, and if I can do that before I die, I made it. And Lord knows, like we just said, you don't really own the house you buy. You still got to pay property taxes. Just make the best of everything. That's good that you're able to do that. But thank you. Well, that sucks. Well, I hope you get better, or at least you can manage everything. I mean, it would be kind of cool to, like I said, learn a language though. So you're 46, never want to own a home again. Why not? Too much work on a home? Question mark. You know, you do hear that people don't calculate the cost of owning a home because something always goes wrong and shit. Just renting this house, something always go wrong. And I ain't got to pay for it. I just tell them. I was just talking about the dishwasher going wrong. So you're used to it. It's normal now. It's a huge pain in the ass. Yeah. It's always gonna be something. You the one who gotta fix it. And again, you're paying property taxes on this shit plus the mortgage, and then who knows what's going on with the rate. I don't know if they still do those adjustment rate mortgages, but that got a lot of people in trouble back in the day. Tried Spanish for 6 months, got a little bit, but didn't really have enough people to talk to. I see. Well, shit, you will have plenty of people to talk to down here. I need to learn Spanish just to get around. You can't fix everything. Being a homeowner is hard. Yeah, got to use or lose. That's with anything. There's plenty of people. I wish I knew Spanish because they be talking. I don't understand what they're saying. They can be saying anything. I don't think everybody talk about me. Who the fuck gonna talk about the? They just want to learn better English. Well, I mean, it's a lot of Mexicans here. It's mostly Mexicans here. Wish I learned Spanish. I took French too, and French is useless. I wish I knew Spanish. I wish I could speak Spanish because it's so many, so many Mexicans and Spanish. Not just Mexican. Like I said, I went to the one of the days going to the gym, the little Colombian bar. A lot of Colombians. There's a lot of just Latino people, Hispanics in general. We were conversational in German and Italian. Didn't use it. You can't remember shit. Damn, bro. That'd been crazy. Yeah, that's a skill to have. Took French for a long time. Not super useful. Just messes with your Spanish learning. Yeah, it's hard to learn two things at once. It'd be easier to learn one language completely and then learn another language. I'm kind of the same with French now, and I was an exchange student there years ago, so he was pretty good. Oh man, so you had to get around as an exchange student. That's pretty cool. That's cool stuff. Super cool stuff. I could definitely. I mean, how do you learn skill layer in life? I mean, clearly people do it. It gets done, but it's not something that's. I wish I could learn Spanish. She sister took Spanish. She's been living in Chile for years, teaching as a successful DJ. Had 3 foreign languages in high school until you got kicked out. Of course you did. Fucking degenerate. Fucking DJing. She's living a life. I see. French and Spanish have a similar structure. Pronunciation is different. That's what you get. Yeah, the conjugating verbs and shit. Which I guess every language does, but it's similar. Masculine and feminine. I wonder how that shit works there. Because they have concepts and nouns and all sorts of objects and things that are masculine and feminine. And, how does this transgender? Remember they tried the Latinx shit. Romance languages, yeah. Nieces and nephews have Taiwanese. 5, 7, and 9. They know Mandarin. I believe it is an English learning Spanish already. First one, like nieces and nephews, 57. Oh, I know it's 5, 7, and 9. But yeah, man, that's cool. It says it's easier to learn when you're young, like that. Hopefully they keep it with them though. I know of people I knew somebody who said, man, when they before they were like 5 or 6, they had only spoke, was it Portuguese or Spanish? I can't remember. And they said they don't know none of it now, hardly, because they haven't used it 20 years. But when they was 5, that's how they spoke for the most part. Hey, zombie man, say his name and he'll appear. We was talking about you earlier when Richard said, "Did he try to sign me and you to Bad Boy Records?" Don't know. Didn't know Romanians one too. Just talk to text. No worries. I would love to play your music, but I don't know how to do that on vertical streams. I appreciate you being here, Zombie. I need a way of contacting you. You're on Instagram, right? I'm gonna have to reach out to you on Instagram. Reach out to you. How are y'all? How are y'all? How are y'all? How am I? I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm surviving. My jacked up sleep schedule just became a morning stream. It started super late at night, but it went into the morning. And shoot, I keep saying, "Oh, I'm gonna end," but then people keep turning up, so I end up talking for a little bit more. I do got to work in a little bit, but I got a few hours for that. So we're just chilling, yeah, just chilling, talking about random shit, from fitness to languages to the government to the fractional banking system, just whatever, as usual, as per usual. Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, on these vertical streams, I don't know how to deal with links. I mean, hopefully they fix it so it's easier to deal with links. Cooler with the anti. Yeah, they censored you for saying something about usury. Yeah, don't say nothing about the banking system. Don't say nothing about the bankers. Listen, it's a coincidence. It's just a coincidence. I'm saying nothing. Just noticing the coincidence. Dead. Yeah, how you doing, zombie man? Hope everything cool with you. Hope you good, man. This crazy world. And hopefully I can do a stream so we can play some of your music, man. You always got dope stuff. And you need to, I mean, shit, you probably got albums that you could release back to back. So your brother and his wife will keep them with it. That's cool. Nephews in 9 wins chess tournaments, like a blue belt in karate. Play piano. Also, he's like, it made him into a fucking savant. That's crazy. Just won a spelling bee. So he's one of those type of kids. That's dope. That's dope that they push him like that, man. It's how's your kid and your mama and your dad and anyone else. How's everybody, zombie? Candace becomes super. Whoa. Whoa. I didn't know that. You related you want to spelling bee. But whoa, I didn't know you said Candace become legitimately anti-Semitic and getting beat up there. That's messed up. Like that's not right. Because they like I mean I get it. Drake lost the battle, but I mean that's me. You more they need to be more worried about Drake and his diddling. But no, on some seriousness, like the regular people that happen to be of that group, they're not responsible for nothing. But yeah, it's because of that. So ever since Justin ushered in the Gaza Plaza, shocking importing all those migrants who would have seen it coming. Yeah, that is true, and we're gonna deal with that too. Just in general, those migrants, but that's messed up. They don't deserve that. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Shoot at the schools too. Wow. Man, I would not want to send my kid to a school. It's just no reason to. Their safety's at risk. They don't learn anything. You want to talk about a broken system? Fucking schools. Don't like the baby mom. I'm sorry that. Want to say, man, that you having a daughter? Congratulations on your daughter. Sorry about the baby mama situation. I wish you the best with it. Try to keep a cool head as much as you can. If it's a situation like that, try to be as kid focused as you can. That's all I can suggest. Got no brothers who went through it. And that's one of the reasons I don't mind being single. That's one of the reasons I don't understand why I don't see how you can be an incel. You should be okay. Because I mean, if you it'd be different if you like an incel, you got like 8 kids, and it's like, well, then you got the worst of both worlds. 8 baby mamas, and now you're an incel. Which there are people I guess like that. You know, they used to have had a swag back in the day, but they hit the male wall, so they ain't getting that. So I guess there are people like that, but still, it's just like if you've never, relationships have a lot of complications, good or bad. Congrats again on the daughter. Oh yes, you probably don't know Courtney. Yeah, but yeah, there's a lot to it. There's always a lot to it. And I think you know, not that relationships can't be wonderful, but I don't think. I think you hear this guy's complaints like y'all don't really know what this shit is about. Y'all just think this shit is y'all still think this is a Disney movie and mad that y'all ain't get y'all happy endings. So y'all sound crazy. It was a really good spoiler at one point. Do have a master's degree in teaching, learning. Became dumb. You got sick from meds. See, all I hear is excuses. So I don't know if it's cool they pushed him because I was pushed like that as a kid. An adult overachieve, and I just didn't want to be an overachiever. I feel like they got to balance that. That's the thing, because that shit burns out. I remember maybe last year, the basketball player Jason Tatum. His dad was like a stage dad for him to be in basketball, and I'm thinking like, yo, how many of these people don't make the league? And his dad was like basically borderline, not abuse, but terrorize him if he didn't train properly or just didn't go balls to the wall. And I'm like, well, what if he didn't become an NBA player and you did all this? And how many stage parents do everything they can to get their kids to professional anything, whether it's basketball or chess or anything, and the kid burns out. So you're right to worry about that. Or the kid gets, he becomes 22, 25, and he didn't make it. He just wasn't good enough. And then what? And you sacrificed your relationship for this kid to have success, and he didn't do it. So now what do you got? What is everyone gonna do? What is everyone gonna do? Spend a day in my shoes. Consider yourself lucky you don't have a migrant surge in your country yet. We have workers working on visas, but nothing like you have for now. Well, they might, like you said, the EU, they might just tell you what to do. I say freaking retard anymore. Just don't really care because it's just you. You seem pretty smart to me. You don't seem like crazy. Just trust me, you could really fall off mentally. I mean, you may have. I know as we get older, cognitive quickness isn't maybe not the same, but you could totally fall off in way worse than that. Education system is totally fucked up. Healthcare system based on government, everything. Yeah, everything's fucked. Everything's fucked. Until they start using these working visas to gain the system fast, trap permanent residency. That's what they do here. This whole black market. Good luck. Good luck. And I remember back even when I lived in Michigan, that being a thing about how many immigrants was going there already before there was a migrant crisis. Good luck. Especially in the cities. And I've heard some of these cities is wild. Like it was talking about British Columbia, like the Vancouver area, a city called Chilliwack or whatever. About how it smells crazy because they got all these people living in RVs and shit. I mean, Canada just sounds like a cold version of California. Just sound like a cold version of California. The whole point of California is the temperature. So they can't stand being single. You're over it. I'm sorry. Good luck out there trying to date. I'm not even thinking about it. Maybe if I lose weight, maybe. Even then, I'm not really thinking about it because I'm not. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to be in a relationship. I just don't got the. I ain't got the mentality for it. So that's gonna take. Maybe when I'm older. Really bad is a thing called a labor market impact assessment that companies get and they can pretend they need foreign workers because no Canadians are available. That's crazy. That's just another way of screwing the working man. Golly. Hey, Papa Cotton. Isn't it crazy how the West screwed this worker past 50, 60 years? They took all the jobs. They took all the damn jobs, moved them to other countries, and now they bringing in the workers to take the rest of them. Bringing workers from other countries to take the rest of them. Just totally shit on the American worker, man. Your mom was like that with you and music. I'm sorry. Shit, record an album. You don't need much. You can do it with a laptop. A laptop and an interface and a mic. Government wants to import workers too. They're looking to import South Asian Catholics, though. They see what's happening in our West and the churches up there. So we're going to be a little bit more specific about their importation. That's still crazy. Big money, you can buy. Big money, you can buy a job and residency in Canada for 30, 50, 80K. And immigration consultants take a cut. So that means, because y'all a Catholic country, y'all gonna keep it that way. Apparently, shit. Apparently, y'all about to keep it that way. Well, we can be a little bit, but we're gonna be a little bit smoother. Everybody can't come. Are we more Christian than Catholic? I think we are. I think America is witchcraft, but I think it used to be a little bit more Christian, but it was still pretty Catholic too. If you go back to I even say the 90s on back, but it was a balance between the Protestant church and the Catholic church. The Protestant church is, I should say. Because obviously you got the Southern Baptists, different Baptist churches, and then all these different offsets. But whatever the case may be, and maybe the strongest church is probably the Catholic Church, but there's a lot more varied church, including like Baptist and I can't think right now. But in any event, back 90s on back, I would say at least 80% of the population, I'm probably undershooting, was either somewhat Catholic or somewhat to some Christian organization. At least 80%. And even at that 20% that wasn't, they were probably Muslim. You know what I mean? If that, and I'm being nice with that number, it probably was only like 10%. It was probably like 15% that was Muslim, 5% was atheist. Nowadays, this country is probably like, and maybe it's coming down a little bit. I would have said 10, 15 years ago, this country was 60, 70% atheist. Maybe we're 50-50 with atheism. And then everything else splitting that 50%. Maybe that's where we are as a country. But I don't think we're a Christian country no more. Hey, Decepticon Case, look at this morning show. This is cool, but missing your streams. This is, maybe, I've been doing these, but I usually don't go too late, or in this case, early. But maybe I'll do this more and just be a morning show. Shit, maybe that's what we'll do. We'll have Venom fucking hosting, or different action figures hosting me as a morning stream. Maybe sometimes I'll be on camera. Shout out to fucked up sleep schedule and going to the gym. Shout out to leg day. Yeah, I don't think we more Christian than Catholic. But we used to be both. I don't think we need to like Listless is saying about Canada. She says Canada is godless, America's godless too. First post nation state. What does that mean? It's cool missing your streams. Well, I appreciate you making this one. Croatian, one of the most Catholic of the Catholics alongside the Pokers. Hey, Decepticon again. Night kind of guy. Yeah, I'm a night owl, even though I have a day job, and that's why my schedule is so jacked up. Protestants for the win. I think it's done to suggest I need someone to speak for God. I guess technically I would be Protestant. I don't believe in Catholicism. I believe Catholicism has a lot to do with paganism myself. But I'm not here to knock on nobody business, because I ain't gonna act like I'm an expert on religious. Change my sleep schedule. Hey man, You just have whatever sleep schedule. I'm trying to change mine to make it more convenient for people, but it's not working. But maybe it is working. What was it like 7:30 Central, 8:30 Eastern, something like that. Maybe even later than that. And all that's happened is like I was explaining earlier, I go to bed right after I got out of work. And then from that, I'll sleep for 5 or 6 hours, and I wake up in the middle of the night. At least that's what's been happening. And then I'll be up for like another 5 or 6 hours, and then sometimes I'll take a nap for a couple hours before work. And today I went to the gym, and then I said, afterwards I'm gonna stream. Started streaming around 4, and we've been going 3.5 hours. Actually, I think around 4:30. So you do the math. I'm gonna keep streaming because every time I think I'm gonna end, people show up. Because people just waking up, you know what I mean? Having their coffee and listening to Vigilante Williamson. Maybe we'll do more morning streams. Shout out to Venom. I feel like I need to grab more action figures and bring them over here for these streams. Yeah, I do got a few more viewers than usually. Let's see. Ingo, the managerial technocratic elite, talking about this. Post Nation State is supposed to be a blended soup of everyone. No national identity, no discernible culture, just workers and elites. Yeah. Sickness. Sick, yeah. Ingo of the technocratic elite. And then they want to put brain chips in our brain just to make it that much better. Planning MTG cards and what's not. Sounds like he has sleep apnea. No, I ain't got sleep apnea. Well, I might, but still. So I go to sleep from 2 a.m. to 8 a.m. I see. So I see how streams. Yeah, it might be a little bit more beneficial. I might do more of these. If my schedule's going to stay this way, I gotta do something. And I'm doing these vertical streams. Shout out to anybody new who shows up. Because, if you're doom scrolling, as they say, during the evening, you might come across this one. Sleep from 10 to 5. That's what's up. I wish I could at least do that. Like I can go to sleep 9 o'clock, 8 to 9, but I'm still waking up at midnight or waking up at 1 or 2 or 3 at the latest. Sometimes I wake up at 3. It's just like, I just want to sleep the whole time. It might be, I don't know if it's sleep. But at the same time, I say that, but a lot of times when when I have my days off, I can sleep the whole fucking day. I can sleep almost 24 hours. I'll be in bed most of it, like 24 hours. And just be sleep most of it. So sometimes I'll sleep most of the day. And other times when I'm working for whatever reason, I can't stay asleep. Yeah, what was your favorite? Who was your favorite Decepticon cave? Naps. When naps are killing me, I gotta stop taking naps. Yeah, you're talking about collectibles. I mean, I got other action figures. I even got a couple more loose. But I don't have that many loose. Most of my figures are in boxes. I went and got a bunch of Dark Knight Return figures, and I opened them because I wanted to get, and I still do. I want to get a panorama, Soundwave. Soundwave. Shout out to Soundwave. Shout out to Starscream. Shout out to the whole. They're making I don't know if you want to call it a prequel or a reboot of Transformers. It's a digitally animated movie. I saw the previews to that. I don't know if I like that though. I'll be honest, but they're doing something more with that IP, and it's coming out this year. Got your #1 comic signed by Frank. All right, dope. That's super dope. Origins movie. Yeah, it's an origin movie. Saw the anime trailer. I'm not sure who it's for, but it's yeah. I'm not sure they know who it's for. I think they want it to be. They want to try to onboard new fans to the franchise and hopefully bring out the idea is the adults bring their kids. They used to try to get the kids to bring the adults. Now they try to get the adults to bring the kids. Oh, I used to watch this as a kid. You know what I'm saying? don't get me wrong. Some franchise like Mario, the kids know too because I played Mario. What's the newest one? Odyssey or whatever, or you know what I mean. Older kids play Sunshine, and older than that, or the dad played 64 or Super Mario 3 or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So certain things just generate. Pokemon's a similar thing where it was been popular since the 90s. It goes up and down, but different generations have interacted with the IP, so they'll bring it out and hope to get to most people. But I think for certain things where they're more nostalgia based, granted, I mean people interacted with the Transformers of the 2000s. So there's a generation like that, but even that generation is now having kids. Yeah, there are friends and it's weird. I mean, they have talked about in different parts of the lore that at one point Megatron was, and I mean Optimus Prime was on the same, was both cool with each other like Biggie and Pop. But we've never seen that, and I'm like, I don't know how I feel about this. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I really want to see this. It's like the two famous examples is Wolverine's origin and Joker origin. It's like we really don't want to know what their real origin is. We really don't. You can just have talked about it. I really don't need to see this. It could just be a part of the lore, but not seeing this is cool. I don't need to know. I get that you're a property farm and an IP farm, and you just make content, and you don't really think about it. You just, if we can tell a story, we got an angle, we're gonna do it. But certain things I don't want to see. Or I rather even with this Joker, now they're doing a Joker too. And not that the original Joker was an origin per se, because there's no way that Joker could fight Batman. He can't even. I mean, he was stumbling around shooting people and all this other weird shit. He was no genius. But it's like they're doing that again. Why? Because the first one made money. It's like they're not really putting any sort of creative thought into making things. Whether it's woke or not, that's still the case. They're not really putting that type of thought in. They're just spraying and praying, man. They're just like, well, it made a bunch of money last time. Let's hope we make another bunch of money. And then the budgets go crazy. And there might be money laundering going on. That's the truth about Hollywood. It might be all money laundering. Oh boy, I'm not touching that with a 1,000-foot pole. Since you did though, Terminator anime and Netflix is dope. I didn't see that. They're all bad guys. Haven't seen that. I haven't been watching Netflix. Like I said, I don't really watch much. Everything I watch is on YouTube mostly. And a lot of it has just been a lot of what I'm watching right now at the moment because it changes. Sometimes I was on Jehovah's Witness content. I'm just watching like motivational content and mainly like exercise motivational content just to get me to keep walking and working out. That's really what I'm watching. Mary Kingstown season 3 right now. Let's see. There's a trailer for it. It's a Ghost in the Shell people. Okay. And then y'all reminded me, speaking of Mary Kingstown, is it raining? I think it's about to rain or raining. About Jeremy Renner getting ran over. Hot D, what is that? Team Black. Sausage Party 2 on Amazon is trash. That shouldn't even been made. Oh, House of the Dragon. Okay. I'm like, hot D, the fuck? The fuck are we talking about? Team Green are all dickheads. I think that's more House of the Dragon stuff. See, I didn't know anything. I can't jump into this lore because I don't know anything about it. I didn't watch Game of Thrones. Blacks Are Cringe 2. Hey, what is that supposed to mean? No, I'm sure it's referencing that. No, I can't just take is there a way to just take a break? A BRB button? I would love a BRB button. But, I mean, I can chill from that. The eyes for Zombie Man. But yeah, Seth Rogen is trash. I didn't see Sausage Party 1. He made Superbad, and he made. Oh, listen, only movies I like from him is Superbad and was it Pineapple Express. I don't need the rest of his career. It's like, why is he still relevant? You know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't do enough to have this air this whole time, or just be around forever. You know what I mean? He wasn't that good. Like he didn't make hits like that. You know what I'm saying? He only had like one or two good movies, and he made like a bunch of movies that sucked, and nobody liked or even remembers. So why is he still around? How does he still have a job? You guys are talking House of the Dragon stuff. Which again, I don't know. I appreciate you all being here again. I ain't gonna tell you to like because they don't do what you like. I guess you will see or may see more of my content. Seth Rogen is mid. Same with Seth MacFarlane. What a fall off. You know what? Really, was it a fall off or was he just doing too much, Seth MacFarlane? Maybe he just spread himself too thin, and thus the stuff he did just got worse because he couldn't really keep it in check. And maybe he should have just ended things. Like, things not ending is not great. You know what I mean? There's a reason there's a season or series finale of a show. Like, sometimes it's just time for the show to end. Family Guy, all his shit should have been over. He should be done with animation. And I don't see why he doesn't just quit everything. I mean, I guess it's still money to bring mid product to the people. But it's like, just if you just want to do the Orville, just stop doing everything else and focus on the Orville. She said Rogan worse type more than this. It's just like, I don't understand it. Man, I was about to say something, but I don't want to be anti no group. Never mind. Never mind. It's a coincidence. And that's the only thing I can think of why Seth Rogen. I'm not trying to be funny or ignorant, but that's the only thing I can think of why he's still around. But I can't even say that because everybody in that group ain't did this. You know what I'm saying? I mean, when you look at, like, it's one thing for Jerry Seinfeld. That show was huge, right? It's still popular. But like Seth Rogen ain't contributing to nothing like that. It's one thing for certain comedians who had like a hot run, or I'm trying to think, even though he's not really around as much, like Tim Allen, because that fucking tool time was crazy. But it's just certain. Even there's still a place for fucking Martin and Will Smith. Why? Because they were hot in the '90s, in the early 2000s, because they had a run. Seth Rogen never had a run. He never had a run of being good. He never even had he was never a stand-up, and I hope my roof ain't about to collapse because of this damn rain. He's never been like this iconic comedian. Maybe Superbad's an iconic movie. Maybe it is. And I like Pineapple Express, like I said, but it's two movies. What guy after two movies gets a 20-year career? I mean, people talk shit about Tim Burton and how he's got a lot of misses, but he's got nowhere near as many misses as Seth Rogen. Remember he was like a pickle or some shit a few years ago? No, me neither. You remember any of these movies? No, me neither. He's not worth the fight. And then going back to House of Dragon, they're subtle with it. They can't help it. Got to insert the men want war, women want peace crap. That's not reality. Reality is people are crazy. People are power hungry. People, not just women and men. It ain't like women in power. Like, it's not, people act like we ain't got examples of women in power to see what they do. I mean, we're talking about the average politician. The average politician, male or woman, just bends over for corporal interests. You know, that's they won. But even when you talk about higher up power, I mean, we saw the British Margaret Thatcher, hoes like that. It ain't always cool. You know what I'm saying? Things ain't just smooth. Sometimes they get in the you know what I mean? I'm not saying all men should be able to lead, but Certainly all women can't either. Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, Tim Burton at least had some bangers. Yeah, he had some misses, but he had some bangers. Seth Rogen made do weed, LMAO. Yeah, man, he didn't really. It's like, then again, Ashton Kutcher somehow is alive and well and shit. But I mean, he's not like relevant. Didn't he try to go to the United Nations for some dumb reason a while ago? Maybe it was the salary. I can't remember. No, he was talking about some human trafficking shit. But then again, he seems like he on some weird shit. And did it? Oh, speaking of shit, sorry, my ADD and weed just connected. I heard something about Danny Masterson. Is he getting out? And if y'all don't know him, he's another predator, allegedly from that '70s show, and some girl accused him of something, and he went to jail. I heard he might be getting up. But yeah, for real, yeah, Seth Rogen's one of the most mediocre dudes to have a career. Even somebody like Jack Black, you look like, well, Jack Black's done way more than Seth Rogen. Like, even when you start going down the list, like, who are people that you just see that are kind of trash, but you just see it, like Melissa McCarthy. But like, no matter who I come up with, they still have done more than Seth Rogen. I can't go low enough to find somebody. Maybe to get far enough, I get outside of relevance. Like, to go far enough, you got to go down to what's the chick from the fat chick with the stinky pussy? I can't think of her name, but she's a shitty comedian. But she had the one movie, and it's not Knocked Up, because that's his movie. That's one of his movies. A movie he was in. That's another one that was pretty iconic. So I guess that's 3 movies for Seth Rogen. What's the fuck is the movie? Trainwreck. Whatever that whole name was from Trainwreck. I forgot her fat ass name. I just know the reason I call her the fat girl with the stinky pussy is because she's fat. And she used to just talk about how much of her pussy stank on some sexy red shit. Amy Schumer. Thank you, listeners. Thank you. Oh yeah, I remember that Green Hornet movie. I didn't see it. It looked stupid as fuck. But I didn't see Tenacious D get canceled. Speaking of Jack Black. Shout out to Jack Black. What did he do? Was he on some bigoted type of time, or just, I don't know what happened? But Tenacious D, yeah, Amy Schumer. I couldn't think of this hoe's name to save my life. Thank you, listeners. I could think about everything else. I just remember her doing stand up, it just being about her being a slut and her pussy stinking. I'm not exaggerating. That's what the shit was about. Did she have a kid? Surprised she ain't did that a much, but I mean, she probably a Planned Parenthood veteran. But that sucks for whoever shot that club up. They made Trump drunk on stage and got canceled. The band is over. Wow. What joke did they make? A lot of people been having fun. It depends what they said though. Because he's the biggest baby face on earth right now. So if they said something negative about him, that wasn't smart. But they had the 50 Cent. Y'all seen him do that concert? And for better for worse, man. I'm not it may seem like I'm not really a pro-Trump guy, but I'm not gonna be not crazy about it either. But she still acts like a hoe. Well, she's just unfortunately there's a lot of 30s and 40s year old baby mamas dying it out here in these streets. I was surprised by the swiftness of the cancellation. Other guy said he shouldn't have missed. I knew that. Don't do that. That's retarded Oswald missing. That's ooh. You talk about not reading the room, bro. You talk about not reading the room. Bro, he's Stone Cold Steve Austin right now. You kidding? Read the room. And like I said, I am a politically homeless dude. I think they all puppets. I think this is a uniparty system. All that good stuff. All that good stuff. I can tell who the fucking babyface is. Like, I can tell who the good guy is right now. Or not necessarily the quote-unquote good guy. None of these motherfuckers is good. They all eat demons. And they all just Masons talking shit. But, like, I can tell who the people are cheering for is what I'm trying to tell you. I think it was in Australia or the U.S. It's like, come on, guys. Now, if you couldn't have mistimed this worse. Concert in Australia. Shout out to Mr. Greg Gregory. Kyle, man, it's his birthday wish. Oh, Kyle made his birthday wish is that they wouldn't miss next time, and Jack laughed and thanked him. Wow, political violence is fascism. It really is. But I mean, shit, this country exists in all sorts of different violence. I mean, shit. We see what happened if you talk. This we in a corporate state. We see what happened. You talk bad about Boeing, or you talk bad about some of these drug companies too much. Deep canceled immediately. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not as much as that's a bad time of joke. I'm not in favor of them being canceled for that either. And it's funny how the right do what the left do. It's a bad joke. It's a bad timing. It's a bad thing. I'm not in favor of it, but I'm not in favor of them being canceled for it. But I wasn't going to go to no Tenacious D concert anyway. And I ain't gonna act like I was gonna go to a Tenacious D concert. I was never gonna go to a Tenacious D concert in my life. Yeah, that's true. Too. And that's why we so fascist and fucked up now. But yeah, it was absolutely. Most countries are kind of formed of some sort of political violence, especially if they are like territories that belong to another one. A colonized country, so to speak. When they fight against the colonizer, it has to be some sort of political violence. I mean, you got the right to say stupid stuff, but and listen, you got the right to backlash too. You got the right to backlash. You ain't got to fuck with nobody and say something you don't agree with. At least say stupid stuff at a normal level. I mean, they should have been smart enough to read the room, but cause I've seen, even like I said, I keep seeing the damn mini men memes, and I'm just thinking like, damn, 50 Cent probably just got an extra like $500,000 the past week with how many times this shit probably been played on Spotify. Cancellation is funny. It is funny seeing how quick it is. And you know what? Another thing with these cancellations, how long do they last? Because not everybody gets perma canceled. I got a feeling that if you still fuck with Tenacious D, listen, I'm not somebody who was ever going to pay for a Tenacious D concert. But like a year from now, if you still like Tenacious D, you probably gonna still fuck with Tenacious D. I'm thinking about another guy like Lil Baby. No, not Lil Baby. I fucked that up. The Baby. Shout out to Charlotte. He was canceled, but I'm like, how canceled is he? Like he's at a level like he's doing okay for himself. He'll pay his rent. I think he'll be okay. I think he'll be okay. He's doing this little independent freestyle thing pretty well, and he's dropping little tapes. He's making enough money from his fucking just the little music he put out on YouTube to be cool. Let alone doing shows and features and shit. I think he'll survive. I think So it's like some people get canceled, and it's like, maybe they get maybe they take a minor loss for a time, but they'll still be able to survive. They'll still be able to survive. Most people are connected to Disney in some way. Well, Disney rules the damn world. Shit, the damn thing on your screen is connected to Disney. Well, and Sony, but because they bought that Spider-Man license, they kept that company afloat. But it's connected to both of them. It's still connected to Disney. It's still connected to Marvel Comics. He got cut from access to the industry. Doesn't mean he still can't make money inside. Yeah, he's proven that. And then there's that semi. We're in this weird place, man. This semi industry where you're like, okay, there's this part like kind of touching the real industry just outside it. It's the place where NF and Russ can live, where the baby's finding out, oh yeah, I can live out here too. And some of these people may have some little connection to some little label that may, sometimes the labels go enough up. There's some connection to some industry, but there's a lot of independent music being made. That's why it's a push for me. Like, man, I just gotta do this shit. I don't want to die with this without this done. You know what I'm saying? This cancellation was retarded, throwaway gay joke. Okay, I mean, it was going back to climate. This was a very woke climate. Very don't say anything about the LGBTQs. I feel like maybe a lot of people have kind of beat that door down. No, no Diddy, no LGBTQ. But like, I mean, remember you couldn't even say there was more than two genders, and some people you still can't. Or there's not. There's only two genders. Look at it. They got me so messed up. I can't even say it right. You know what I mean? They were canceling people for saying there's more than there's only two genders. There's not more than one. I mean, you see how much they keep fucking rolling. Now again, that goes back to the same concept we're talking about. Didn't really hurt her either. She'll be able to make rent. She only had a property that was last year's biggest gain, and that's only worth that's like only a $500 bill, $500 million bill, I should say. YouTube, Papa Sister Dilla was saying that earlier. That YouTube keeps censoring him. He couldn't even get a simple comment out. Some of those letters aren't even a thing anymore because they're not weird enough for the mafia crew. Like, who talks about bisexual? Because I mean, listen, most bisexuals are just experimenting. Not to be that guy. But shit, even some of these lesbian women, man, I done come across some of these lesbian women, man. And they're still, some, not the studs, but the other ones, they still want a dude. I don't know. I think, in the industry, they got a lot of gay for pay. So it's some bi for pay. But that's, in real life, it's just girls going through a phase. I mean, that's 90% of bisexuals. And guys that are really gay. So, I don't know. But, I mean, that whole movement, listen, man, I don't really care what y'all do. I don't know why y'all got, we reconnected. Uh-oh. The CIA was messing with us. The CIA was messing with us. Look at us. We talk about the wrong things. Wrong thing. But, let me see. I don't know. That group, unfortunately, they still wield a lot of power, but in that moment in time, YouTube is censoring you. Y'all can't even respond. See, this is what I mean. This is how the baby got canceled like he did, because they're that protected. Y'all can't even get a comment out. That proves how protected this group is. So, I mean, whether it deserved cancellation or not, you see that this group might as well be the group we don't even want to talk about. They so protected. They the next group more protected. She said war. It's war. And censoring you, you're not hiding it right, you do better. So that's how they got it. But even that censorship is so stupid. That's how they got it, I say the coof. I say all these different things, so they let you say that. You try to figure out which word it is that they getting censored. Like, I'm going to just say each word that may be controversial. Famine. Plague. Shit, that's what's coming, unfortunately. Shit, like neo-feudalism. But you thought war was the word. That just shows how the AI is. It might be reading the sentence, understanding the sentence, it may not be the word. Because there is an AI trying to get smarter. So it might understand what you're saying. It may be at that point now where it understands what we're saying. It's different now than usual. It's censored them for saying you should ban usury. So it's been pretty censor happy. Like I said, shout out to LDG, who I need to link up with again. He schooled me to at least parse out his algorithm works. So that's what I was talking about. We had a conversation about the N word. That if you say, if they censor a word, other versions of the word are also censored or also affected. So basically, the big example I mentioned is the COOF, right? You couldn't say COVID or coronavirus on YouTube. Maybe you still can. Hopefully, I didn't mess anything up. But saying these things would hurt you, right? And so people start saying the coof or the beer bug or this. But once the algorithm realizes that's what that means, it's the same as saying the whatever word that you're censoring for. So, the N word thing, if you say the phrase the N word, it's the same as you saying the actual word itself. Or if you say ninja or something like that, it's the same. And it goes with anything you can censor yourself with. So even though I still do it by habit, it's in vain. And I say that to say the AI is pretty advanced. And so therefore, it's probably reading and understanding what your sentence is to some level, or it just knows what it means and like, okay, this is a concept I don't want out there. Yeah, that's what we said earlier. It's anti a certain group. Anti credit card. Sheesh. But you know what, guys? We've gone 4 hours. I'm not sure if anyone's been here the whole time. Maybe since you did, though. I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. It's been really fun, man. I'll be doing more of these streams. It's all good. The baby was, Merkin Ninjas, but gay joke, terrorism. Whee! Yo, I hate credit cards too, but man, credit cards have ruined my life. I'm in credit debt. I got some issues, man. Got some issues. I got all this damn debt, and I can't even use no damn credit. Now I kind of need some. Debit card person, you smart. I used to be good, and I was good on my credit, but I just went crazy with it and thought I had more money to pay it off than I did, and I don't. And now here I am, just like everybody else, with a lot of debt. But yeah, that's a good point, and that's a whole nother concept. Shout out, this guy, this preacher guy named White Mike, not the guy from The Wire, but his name is White Mike, I believe. And he's a Caucasian preacher from, I want to say Jacksonville, I want to say somewhere in Florida or Georgia. But he talks about how all these brands sanction hip hop, and there's no other. You can't say this about any other group but black men. You can't kill as many people in these songs about any. You couldn't say, yeah, I'm about to kill a bunch of white people and kill a bunch of white women. You can say I'm gonna kill a bunch of niggas, and it's cool. And companies will sponsor you. Companies like Sprite or Coca-Cola and Pepsi. And he brought up the Rick Ross thing because Rick Ross being a sleazy psychopath bastard. There was a song called, was it You Don't Even Know It or You Don't Even Know It? And he talked about basically date raping a girl in the song. And then he got a lot of backlash. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the sponsors went away. And I mean, it didn't really last that long, but he did lose sponsorships and whatever. But then you say, wait a second, this guy has talked about killing black men for like 10 years at that point when it happened. Maybe it was a little longer, I don't know. But he had a decade of murdering black men and selling drugs. And that was fine. But the second a woman could be attacked, holy shit, we got to stop everything. It's like, this is crazy. And yeah. Magical, invisible, evil money. Yep. Money don't even exist. I don't do cards. I don't do banks. That's smart to some extent. It's not even a thing technically. The card just represents a hold on you. Yeah, it is. It's true. There is no money. You're the money. Come on, sister, hook up a brother, White Mike. I never understood the benefit of paying someone else to hold my money for me. Yeah, it's a scam. And yeah, they don't hold it. They loan it out 10 times. And there's no cash in the banks. That works. So far, this credit score dictate how you can live. Absolutely. It's an open loan. Yep. Fair ain't got nothing to do with it. Yep. Fair is the place where they judge pigs. Life ain't fair, unfortunately. And on that bombshell, it is time to end. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. It's been 4 hours plus. I appreciate all you guys joining. Maybe we'll stream later today. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I will talk to you guys later. So I just got to say that until I can come up with a new outro. If you like the video, like the video. If you're so obliged to share, subscribe, please do that. And even if you do none of these things, thank you for watching. Thank you for your time. Good night and God bless. I'm going to talk to you guys later. Peace out.